everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss. I'm speaking to you today live from our studios in the Bronx. The Political Dragon is speaking with you at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard sharp every week. And this week, well, it's something else. We're almost at the end of the year. We'll be wrapping up with some of the biggest stories very, very soon. But the first thing I have to say is, if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we welcome you. We thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know that you will have a better time with our live stream today than going to see the movie The Marvels, which no one is going to see. And it will cost you less money. You could spend $25, have a horrible time watching The Marvels, or you could spend some time with us for free. It's your choice. We're glad you're making it being here with us. In addition, I want you to know that we do long-form political commentary on this channel. And, of course, every Sunday we do the live stream. So it's all because we believe in free speech. It is not just an American principle. It is a right of everyone around the world. And we want you to share in that. That's why we come to you live, and we look forward to seeing your comments every week. Whether your government agrees with it, whether the internet overlords like it or not, that's why we are here, and we are here to hear your comments live. And I see that we already have Dow with us. Thank you, Dow, the first one commenting today. And we're always happy to hear all voices. If you're a progressive, if you're a Democrat, you're a libertarian, you're with the Green Party, you are happy and welcome to be here and to comment, whether you agree or disagree. Because I'm not a progressive, and you can have an opinion of your own. So let's get into this a little bit today, because obviously the biggest news is going to be talking about the Israel-Hamas war, and talking about the hostages that have been released by Hamas finally. We're talking about children that are 4 years old, 9 years old. Think about that. This is who they were using as human shields. 4-year-old children, 9-year-old children, children that they made orphans. Hamas killed the parents and took the children. At least the good news is they took some of these children as hostages, as opposed to the babies, over 40 babies that they beheaded in Israel for no reason. There is no justification. I don't care how much you want to say you're pro-Palestine. There is no justification for that. Never has been, never will be. And to all the YouTube censors, the Google and Facebook censors, we will not shy away on this channel from denouncing the terrorism of Hamas. We will point out that they didn't just sexually abuse women and children. They raped them. They tortured them. Let's be honest. It is horrific, and we need to understand and state it is horrific. Don't hide behind nice words so people can sleep at night. You shouldn't. This is something we should not allow in the world. But these are my thoughts on it. And Dow says, it must be fate. Woke up from a dead sleep, no alarm, and still caught the beginning of the show. There you go. You know, it's always good because we're actually almost always on time within a minute or so. So that helps a lot too. But let me take a step here today. Before we get into Hamas, before we get into the war, what the politicking of Joe Biden and the Biden administration trying to set up low expectations around the world so that he can look like he's doing a great job and to help bolster his 2024 election goal. Before we get to that, and I will explain all of why I believe that, all of the sources internationally that are pointing to that. But before we get to that, let me take a moment to talk about those of you out there who may have a dog. I do. You sometimes see him or hear him in the background of the live stream or various videos. My little puppy, his name is Khan. He's 12 years old, believe it or not. I love him to death. And I know there are tens of millions, hundreds of millions of pet owners in the world and in the United States, and many of them have dogs. And because of that, there is a concern that is affecting a lot of people right now. There have been a slew a massive slew of pets, dog owners who have been suffering. Their dogs have been suffering. And bear with me, I only have one screen that I can effectively see and use. So please bear with me as I try and make this available for all of you. There we go. So what we see in the news is there has been it seems to be a bacteria. It is now being identified as a microbe that has mutated, it appears, and it is affecting dogs across the nation, the United States. It doesn't seem to be international at this moment. There are multiple states that have had this happen already. And if you're in one of the states that are on the screen right now, please be especially vigilant, but everyone should be. And these are some of the symptoms that are being identified and being broadcast now as potentially part of this illness that is affecting dogs across America. If your dog is experiencing some of these illnesses, please go to your vet. Please make sure that you're very careful. For people everywhere in America, if you're a dog owner, make sure that your dog isn't around strange dogs, dogs that they don't know, dogs that you don't know the vaccination status of, and try and protect your dog in that way. Make sure that as best as you can, you are trying to protect your puppy. Make sure they've got all their vaccinations up to date. And I know I keep saying puppy. It doesn't matter the age of your dog. It's not limited to just young dogs. Dogs of any age have been afflicted. Hundreds of them have died because of this. This is a very serious concern. I'm concerned about it for my own dog. I'm concerned about it for your dog. And so just as a public service announcement, and a link to this and all of the stories that we will be talking about, as you can see, we'll be showing several of them on screen throughout the show, but several of them we will not be able to do that just because I only have one screen I can really effectively show at a time. Please go to the description. You will see links for everything we're going to be talking about today so that you can read it for yourself, and there'll be extra articles and news that you can look into for yourself to learn more about this and to better protect yourself, your family, and of course, your best friend in the family, your dog. Let's see. Dow says, this is not a mutation of parvo. This is a brand new mutation, it seems. They haven't identified exactly what it is yet. They're still working on that, but it seems they've determined that it's part of the dog's genome and just a natural mutation of bacteria dogs have already. It is very, very small, which makes it very difficult to identify, and that's why they haven't been able to do that. They do not have anything to counter it at this moment, which is why they are recommending that you keep your dog isolated from other dogs as much as possible, especially if you don't know their vaccination status. But it isn't parvo, as far as we know, at this time. But they are getting closer to getting an answer, and it has been sweeping across the nation. So even if you are not in one of the states where there have been known cases so far, please be proactive in protecting your puppy. Otherwise, it could be very sad. And so I wanted to start off with that and make sure people knew that. We do like to do public service announcements on the channel from time to time to let people know about these kind of issues that will affect your family, your life, your livelihood, and of course that of your pets as well. You can see this, again, the link is in the description, so you can go directly. There's 2 articles directly on this. It's also an NBC has been reporting on this as well, so you can see some of their research, and I believe it's the University of Vermont that was leading. Veterinarians from the University of Vermont have been leading on that, if I remember the story exactly correct. Matter of fact, let me double check myself on that. They are researchers from College of Life and Sciences and Agriculture at the University of New Hampshire. I stand corrected. College of Life Sciences and Agriculture at the University of New Hampshire have been doing the major work on this, including a Dr. David Needle. Like sewing needle? David Needle. So, in case people are trying to track that down, David Needle is the key researcher's name. I'll put it into the description. Hang on, let me type this out. So, in case people are trying to look up the lead researchers at the time, I put that into the description, into the chat. Dr. David Needle at the University of New Hampshire. Just so people can know. Dow says, isn't it terrible that anything coming out about diseases, there has become a very real need to ensure that there is no ulterior motives. We have too many diseases that keep appearing suddenly. I mean, it's human nature. It's part of the world. Mutations exist. That's why we have the common cold. That's why every year there are millions of people, tens of millions, who are affected by flu. So that is part of nature itself, but it's just kind of scary how we have so many unknown forms of diseases affecting us and our pets in recent years, and it always feels like, at the very least, that we have some of the worst diseases happening right around election time every 4 years. Every 4 years, there's this major outbreak, and we are told that we have to submit to our various governments, lose all of our rights, lose all of our freedoms, so the governments can take care of us on something that's in the air and they can't stop and they can't prevent. And, you know, it's just naturally occurring. It's really scary. And very often, many of these outbreaks aren't nearly as severe as we're told. I mean, remember the pandemic? We were told everyone's going to die. It's going to kill everyone. It's absolutely deadly. 99.8% survivability. The population of the world increased. There are now 8 billion people in the world. It represented about a 1% population in the United States that succumbed to that particular pandemic. It really didn't affect anything. It was basically just another flu. But I'm not a doctor and I'm not giving medical advice. And I know I will get hit and suppressed by the YouTube algorithms for daring to even speak about issues that are affecting our pets and ourselves. That's why I rely so much on you, on being able to have you like, share, and subscribe. It is so critical to this channel and our ability to continue. Yeah, and it's true. It's not just the diseases. Just this week, New York courts reaffirmed the ability of New York State, of Governor Hochul, to identify any person, any resident of New York State can be essentially abducted by New York State and put into a facility, a medical facility for isolation for fear of public health. That is a fact. They actually passed this law. We covered this about 2 years ago when they first made the proposal that, yes, New York State should have the ability to just grab up anyone. This is very much like what we saw in New Zealand, where they just came to your house with the military, banged on your door and said, you're being relocated to a medical facility for your health, for the public health. You're in your house. And they came into your house and took you. This is in New Zealand. This is a fact. We covered it in 2020, 2021. That they would just grab people from their homes and relocate them to medical facilities until the government decided that they were cleared and okay to go back. And we're seeing that in New York State. New York State now has that same power by law. as confirmed by New York State courts. I think this is going to go to the Supreme Court at some point because I think it violates the Third Amendment. Fourth Amendment, a right to privacy, that the government cannot just barge into your house. That's a reason why we have warrants. It's very different than many countries around the world. As an example, again, I go to New Zealand, but they weren't hardly the only ones. You had that in Canada, you had that in many nations around the world, first world nations around the world, where the government has the right to grab you at any time and to relocate you for virtually any reason. They don't really need an excuse. But in the United States, we don't have that. The government doesn't have that ability. We have the Constitution, we have the amendments, we have restrictions on what the government can do. But then we see things like what we saw in New York State and California and Illinois and Michigan, where we had the various governors, Governor Newsom, Governor Whitmer, Governor Hochul, and before her, the embarrassment that was Governor Andrew Cuomo. They used the title of emergency to allow them to have powers above and beyond anything that had ever been imagined before to affect your life, to micromanage your life. And that's dangerous because those emergencies and those emergency powers are never given up. And we see that today in New York State this week. My friend Larry Sharp was talking about this earlier in the week. He actually did a video covering Governor Hochul as she made a press announcement about this that was on Wednesday, saying, hey, we have the right to go and just scoop you up because the government said so. And considering the amount of corruption and abuse in New York State as an example, not to say that there's plenty of abuse and corruption in Illinois, in California, in Michigan, pretty much any state that you want to point to. But imagine that given the massive levels of corruption, now the government also has the right to declare you a danger to the public and to isolate you because they said so. Just because they said you might be a danger. Not that you broke a law, not that you are confirmed to have done something or to have some affliction that will necessarily be deadly to another human being. No. You might have something that might affect someone, that might cause them to die. Notice there's a lot of mights in there. There's a lot of conjecture in there. There's a lot of assumptions in there. But yet, ultimately, what does it mean? The government has power to micromanage your life, to punish you if they so choose, if they are corrupt enough. They can target you and punish you for your lifestyle, your color of skin, your religion, your political beliefs. And they can just toss it under emergency power. It's for your good. This is dangerous, folks. This is not the way the leader of freedom in the world, the beacon of freedom in the world, should be acting. We shouldn't be acting like New Zealand. New Zealand should be acting like the United States. They should be more free and leaning towards allowing their citizens to be proactive in their own lives. So Dow is very active today, and he's saying, dogs are a barrier to federal and state encroachment. There's a scenario out there where the federal bureaus and NIH created a disease. I would hope and pray that no government in the world would ever do something to affect our man's best friend, our pets, our dogs, and artificially lower their population. I would hope that never exists. But it's truly terrifying that we are seeing these things happen. And again, this happened in New York State this week. And again, Larry Sharp was live. He's a good friend of mine. He's a libertarian. I was watching him as he covered live the press conference by Kathy Hochul as she just blatantly came out and said, "No, don't worry. We're going to micromanage your life. This is what you get under a progressive socialist state. This is what the Democratic Socialists of America are pushing more and more for. This is the way that we are transforming America as Obama promised. He's going to transform it. Transform it into what? Well, now we have that answer. Into a government more like the governments across the world, where you, the citizen, have less and less power and the government has more. And in states and in nations where you had even less power to be an individual, you've even lost that. Everywhere in the world since 2020 has stepped down the amount of freedom and individuality that exists, and that's terrifying. And we need to speak up as individuals to protect ourselves and our neighbors from this, because if we don't, it will only get worse. Let me take a moment to talk a little bit about what I mean here. And again, we're going to get to Hamas in a little bit, but I want to address, where is it? Again, bear with me. I only have one screen to work with here. And this is just part of the links that we will be discussing throughout the show that you'll find in the comments. But right now, in the United Kingdom, there are 50,000, at least 50,000 individuals in London that have come together not to support Palestine, not to support Hamas, not to support global terror and an attempt at genocide, but actually coming together to support the Jewish faith and to denounce anti-Semitism. And one of the things I find very interesting is you're not seeing those kind of protests in the United States. In addition, you're not seeing, as far as I can tell, this is still breaking news, but as far as I can tell, Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister of England, isn't at that event. Many of the leaders of the British government aren't at this protest. They're not willing to be seen publicly along with the rest of the citizenry to say that anti-Semitism is bad. They're not willing to publicly go out amongst the citizens they are obligated to serve to say, no, they're not going to support Hamas and global terrorism and be a tool of Iran. We need to see more of this. I wish this was happening in the United States. I would love to see that in New York City, in California, in LA, on the steps of Harvard University, Columbia University, Cornell University, where we have seen such a huge anti-Semitic movement. But we're not. We're not seeing that. We are seeing some blowback. Again, I'm happy to see that in London, in England, in the United Kingdom, that people are speaking up and they are recognizing that the answer to global terror is not capitulation. It is not sympathy or empathy. It is the exact opposite. It is standing up tall, letting your voice be heard, and saying, no, we do not agree. It's just that simple, folks. You cannot end strife, war, violence, genocide. You can't end that by capitulating to it, by basically taking the Neville Chamberlain approach and appeasing it. Appeasement does not result in peace. It does not make things better. It never has. And I truly believe, and you may disagree, my audience, you may disagree with me, but it is my firm belief that the humanitarian aid being given to Hamas, a global recognized terrorist organization that on October 7th of 2023 committed a gruesome act of terror, killing at least 1,200, some reports say 1,600 civilians, women and children, taking at least 242 human hostages, human shields, as young as 4 years old. The answer to that is not to provide them humanitarian aid and allowing them to resupply, to rearm, and to reorganize so that they can go and kill another 1,200 innocent civilians, to capture and torture children as young as 4 years old. That's not the answer. That's appeasement. It will not work. And as much as we hear people say, well, there has to be a two-state solution, Let me make this as clear as I can. You cannot have two states, two nations, where one nation is saying, we can only exist and we will only stop terror if we eliminate, if we genocide the other state. See, Israel has stated and has taken action to live with Gaza and the people of Palestine. They have. They've been making efforts to create more and more peace with the various Arab nations throughout the Middle East. Look at the Abraham Accords. Look at, in September, they were on the verge of announcing a peace deal with Saudi Arabia, which had nothing to do with Joe Biden. Nothing to do with Joe Biden. He takes credit for it. He had nothing to do with it. And it was only because that they were about to do that, which would have changed the balance of power in the Middle East, diminishing the role of Iran. That's when Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis out of Yemen all decided to attack Israel. It was then that we saw this global atrocity take place, because Israel was trying to live with everyone else. And it just so happens the terrorists didn't like that. And yes, I'm including the nation of Iran in that statement of terrorism. They are the largest sponsor of global terror in the world. So when you say, oh, I want to see a two-state solution, you're ignoring the fact that one of those states are terrorists whose only purpose, written, spoken, repeated for decades, is they want to eliminate, they want to genocide anyone who doesn't agree with them. You can't have peace with that. You cannot appease that. There is no political solution to that. There really isn't. And until we understand that as a people, there will always be that conflict continuing. So let me see where we left off in some of the comments here. By the way, if you see me looking directly at the camera, I'm looking at you. I have to actually turn to see the comments that everyone has written, so just so you know. Let's see here. User has been banned, has joined us. Hello, user. It's all part of an agenda to put forth by the UN's Sustainable Development. Well, there are some people who do believe that. There are various individuals that point to the WEC, the World Economic Council, the World Economic Forum. They point to George Soros and certain other oligarchs out in the world. And many people will point to the UN. I don't necessarily think the UN is looking to do that. I think that they don't care. The UN is a conglomeration of nations that want the best thing for them. They don't care. They don't care that the United States is knocked down 2 or 3 pegs because they're 50 pegs below us. They just want anything that will benefit them, anything that will raise up the second and third world nations of the world at the cost of the first world. Basically, they're socialists. They want to take from those who have to give to those who don't totally at the cost of those who have. Not by raising up their quality of life, not by raising their standards, making their people more independent, more free. No, instead what they're doing is they're just going to take the goods of those who have produced it and just distribute it. It's redistribution. It's ineffective. Balin. Balin Bobby has joined us. Thank you. Good to see you with us. Mike Bowie says, Dubliners seem to be making a stand against forced immigration. Yes, in Ireland, they are absolutely, and this is a very big deal, and we're going to get into that as well. We have to understand, where are these refugees going? There are going to be a slew of refugees that are going to be going out from Gaza and the West Bank into the rest of the world. Many people have forgotten, and we need to restate this. This is a ceasefire. It is temporary. It is not permanent. Israel has stated and has plans to go back into Gaza to finish trying to eliminate Hamas, because appeasement doesn't work. You cannot appease someone who wants to genocide you. They understand that clearly. The point has been made by Hamas. 10,000 rockets later, 1,200 to 1,600 civilians dead, children at the age of 4 and 9 being taken as hostage and human shield, tortured and raped. Yeah, they've got the lesson. The answer is you have to do something about Hamas. So this will not end. Once either when this ceasefire, which is scheduled to last 4 days, so on Monday, either the ceasefire will end, or once all of the hostages, all the human shields of Hamas have been returned and released, either way, at that point, the war will continue. And we will see this resurge. And that means that refugees will be leaving the West Bank and Gaza. Where are they going? Notice no one's really been talking about that. There's about 200 refugees of Gaza right now in the United States, similar numbers throughout the rest of the world. You know where those refugees aren't going to go? Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Iran. They're not going to the Middle East. The people that they have the most connection to, that they have the most similar ideology, lifestyle, history, and culture, they're not accepting them. Egypt doesn't want Palestinians. Neither does Jordan or Lebanon, not Syria, not Iran. Nobody wants them. But I guarantee you, the very same students who are screaming about, giving aid and protecting Hamas are going to be the very same ones that are going to say, well, we have to take in the refugees from Hamas, that we have to take those refugees from Palestine. And they're going to say, we have to do it as an emergency, which means, and here's the key, normally, to get a refugee status, you have to go through 18 months of investigation. You have to be vetted before you will be allowed, in the United States in particular. You have to go through 18 months of background checks to confirm who you are, to make sure you're not some kind of terrorist, that you can be allowed into the United States temporarily. That is how refugee status works. It is glossed over by the mainstream news media. They don't like to talk about this because it interferes with their ability to just shove in these people into our nation. And the kids over at Harvard and Columbia and Cornell University, they don't want you to know this. They may not even know this because their professors don't care about this. But there's a reason why the vetting process for refugees takes 18 months. It's to limit the number of terrorists that come into the United States or other countries. And they're going to try and tell you, I guarantee, within the next 2 weeks, before the end of 2023, you are going to hear these very same college students, the very same Democratic Socialists of America, are going to insist we have to take all these refugees in because it's like Afghanistan. It's just the same situation. And we took in, 60,000 Afghan refugees, and we did it all within a week. Let's debunk that right now, because that's not true. What happened is we had individuals who had been vetted for 2 decades in working with the United States, and we took them out of Afghanistan when Joe Biden ran away in September 1st of 2021. When he ran away and gave up the country when he gave it up to ISIS and Al-Qaeda, well, we took those people because they were going to die. And they have died in major swaths. The people we did not return to or take to the United States have died en masse. That is a fact. And so we took these people. They had vetting, many of them. And for those that did not get vetted, we didn't release them into America immediately. Something that, again, most people did not know in the news. We actually kept them at military bases around the United States for months before we started releasing them. They were in military bases and going through the vetting process for at least, many of them, 6 months before they were released into the general population of the United States. And even then, into very specific areas of the United States. Why? Because we had to vet them. We had to make sure they weren't terrorists. I mean, it's not like we don't have open borders and there's a problem already. The open borders, according to Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary of Department of Homeland Security for the United States, has already declared and revealed there are 169 known or suspected terrorists in America at this moment. 169. Think about how many did it take to commit 9/11? How many did it take to commit the shooting in San Bernardino, the Fort Hood shooting, the Colorado Boulder shooting? How many did it take? And now we have 169 known or suspected terrorists running around the United States right now because we have open borders and we're inviting more in. And now we have the students who are going to be saying, hey, guess what? Just invite them all in. Let's take in all the Palestinians and just let them run free across America without anyone checking their background. Does that make sense to anyone? Does that sound like that's a recipe for death and destruction? We have a lot of Jewish people here in America, and we don't know who in the Gaza are Hamas and who are just Palestinians. What we do know is that there are many people who are Palestinian and part of Hamas, and they might be part of those refugees because we have been told by many of these terrorist organizations, they infiltrate refugees so that they can put their terrorist agents into various countries. They've been doing it in Europe. They've done it in the United Kingdom. They're doing it to the United States. Why would we think that Hamas wouldn't do it too? I mean, it's just that simple, folks. Let me go back into some of the comments here. And I know this is definitely going to be unpopular and we are going to be suppressed to hell by the YouTube algorithm. Now, if you happen to be one of the students over at Harvard or Columbia, at Cornell University, at Cooper Union, you're pro-Palestine, which doesn't exist, which means you're pro-Hamas, you're in favor of terrorism, fantastic, and you want to say, Mike, you just don't understand. Fantastic, let's have that conversation. Make your comments. I'm not going to block you. YouTube may block me, but I'm not going to block you. If you think I'm wrong, let's have that conversation. If you want to try and make the case that killing babies, taking 4-year-old and 9-year-old children as human shields, torturing and raping them, hey, if you want to support that, fantastic. Let's have that discussion. Tell me why that's a good thing, and I'll tell you why it's not. Somehow I think my argument will win. And why I don't think we should willy-nilly allow refugees from Palestine into the United States without the normal process of vetting to take place. We want to take in refugees? Fantastic. 18 months from now, after we have investigated their background and confirmed that they're not members of Hamas, fantastic. We'll let them in. Until then, hell no. And if your politician is saying, oh, we don't need to vet them, I want you to think about this. They're willing to allow terrorists to come in and kill you and your family because that's what they're doing. If they do not vet any of these refugees, they are actively telling Hamas, come into America and kill your family. That's what they're saying. If there's anyone who disagrees with that, if there's anyone who thinks, Mike, you just don't understand, let's have this conversation. I'm happy to have that conversation. Prove me wrong, please. I would like to be wrong about that, but I'm not. And you know it. Mike Bowie says, I don't understand why other Muslim countries like Egypt or Jordan won't accept the Palestinians. Mike Bowie, it's historical and cultural. It's also part of the reason why there is no such nation as Palestine. It doesn't exist. There are no Palestinian people. Essentially, the people who claim to be the Palestinian people are Arabs that have lost historically. These are the people who lost their lands historically in the Middle East over the various centuries and were rejected by the cultures and nations all in the Middle East. And so the people of Palestine are basically the leftover refugees, losers of various wars. That's why they don't have a nation called Palestine. It doesn't exist. And that's why Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Iran, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, none of them want these people because culturally they are anathema to them. They have a cultural bias against the Palestinians. Mind you, they will use the Palestinians as an excuse to commit war against the Israelis, which they have done many, many times, but at no point do they actually want the Palestinians. They could take everyone in Palestine and put them somewhere else in the Middle East overnight. There are more than enough nations, there's more than enough land. They could be moved. They don't want them. They have never wanted them. And that's cultural. So that's something also to keep in mind. Dow says, no vetting, just plunk down in a culture that isn't going to be adopted by the refugee, but will grant access to all the resources to build the very same community and culture that the refugees fled from. Exactly. Yes, Dow, I agree with you. Tony's with us. Hey, Tony, thank you for joining us off of Facebook. Tony says, yet the Democrat government is more concerned with conservative rednecks and fake and Facebook algorithms. Yeah, they're suppressing the hell out of this channel right now because somehow I, as a conservative, as a Republican, am more dangerous and deadly than admitted terrorists. Think about it. They are more concerned about this channel and this conversation, where I am willing to hear any argument and to make the case based on all evidence that we have available. They are more upset about this than the fact that in Cornell University, there was a professor, Professor Rickford, teaching African studies, who went publicly out to a protest and said he was exhilarated that some 1,600 civilians were killed, that children as young as 4 years of age were made orphans, and that they were being used as human shields, being tortured and sexually abused. Facebook has no problem with that professor. Facebook, the YouTube, the algorithms have no problem with the fact that that guy taught students who then decided to become members of that terrorist organization, of Hamas. Cornell had students literally stand up and declare publicly that they were members of Hamas, a known terrorist organization, and they then went around trying to persecute other students, other Americans, because of their religious beliefs. And YouTube, Facebook, the algorithms have less of a problem with Cornell than me. They think I'm a bad guy because I'm pointing this out to you, as the national news media glosses past those stories and does not want to talk about it. Because if they don't, they have to address that anti-Semitism is severely and deeply ingrained in our higher learning. That the colleges are pumping out students who are willing to use genocide as a means of control in politics. That's a terrifying thought. Every one of those students, every one of those members of the Democratic Socialists of America that are running around screaming that they want to support Hamas and Palestine are literally saying that they support the use of genocide to make political change. What happens when they gain power? What happens when they are in charge of business, when they are in charge of politics, and you disagree with them? What happens to you? No one wants to have that conversation on the internet. Nobody wants to have that conversation in U.S. modern politics. Nobody wants to address this. It is the future. It is essential. And this channel will, even if they suppress the hell out of us and I get one person watching the channel, I will still make the case. We need to do something about that. That will destroy our nation. It destroys our foundation. It is horrendous for the world. And Tony does agree with me. Again, if anyone doesn't agree, I'm happy to have that conversation. If you happen to be going to, I don't know, Yale, or you're going to Stanford, if you're at one of the Ivy Leagues or one of the big colleges in America, even the small colleges in America, you're at Binghamton University, and you think, Mike, you just don't understand. Fantastic. Tell me, what about what I have said and the evidence that we are reviewing, what is wrong? How is this not the logical consequence of what we are seeing? Please, I'm happy to have that conversation. You're Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. You're members of the Squad. You're members of the Democratic Socialists of America. You're progressives. Please, come on to the program. I'll give you as much time as you need. Let's have this conversation. Tell me why we shouldn't be concerned about a generation that believes the proper way to deal with microaggressions is genocide. Let's just have that conversation. It's uncomfortable. It's unpleasant. It's not a fun conversation, and people will have to deal with unpleasant realities that you will not sleep at night well understanding. I get that. And yet it is necessary, because if we don't, if we just placate these individuals, if we just ignore these individuals, then we will succumb to their whims and desires as they gain more power in the future, when they become the future leaders of this nation. And I would far, far rather deal with that whole conversation and that unpleasantness now, when they don't have the power, than when they are an oppressive government saying you don't have a voice in the future. But that's the way I look at it. I mean, maybe people think of it different. And I am more than, again, I can't say it enough times. If I am wrong, I want to be wrong. I want to be proven incorrect. I want someone to show me the evidence that says, Mike, that isn't what's happening. Fantastic. Show me that evidence. I want to sleep at night knowing that the future of America and the world is in a better direction. That's not what we're seeing. And that's not what we're hearing. The answer is, well, you must be racist, sexist, you're an ist, you're a phobe, stop talking, suppress this person, obfuscate them, ostracize them, don't talk to them, they're just, they're right wing, so that means it must be evil, just ignore it all, stop. That's not answering the problem. That's not addressing the core questions and issues. And as long as we do that in America, where we just say, I don't like you, I don't like what you're saying, so I won't hear you. And more importantly, I won't let anyone else hear you. We won't even address the problem. Well, then that makes it worse. We see that in gun control all the time. I don't care what age you are in America right now. If you are in America and you are alive, you're watching this program, your entire life, you have been given the same promise over and over again. That promise has been that gun control, giving the government more control over the Second Amendment, over your right to defend yourself, will result in you being safe and having less crime. That is true. I'm 55 years of age, almost 56. That has been true for my entire lifetime, half a century. People older than me were given the same promise. Those younger than me are constantly given that same promise. It's the promise you were given when Andrew Cuomo came out with the New York SAFE Act. It's the promise that was given with the red flag laws. It's the promise that has been given as Kathy Hochul is trying to stop concealed carry holders from legally having their firearms. This is the answer we get at every single turn. And ultimately, it's not the solution. Just because they promised you're going to be better off, they have the solution. They're the good guys. Does not result in you gaining anything. You're not better off. You're not. You're not safer today than you were a year ago. God forbid, 4 years ago. And you know it. It has not stopped mass shootings. It has not stopped school shootings. It has not stopped gang shootings, black on black violence, drug related crime. It hasn't stopped any of it. And in many cases, in places like New York, Chicago, Illinois, many of these Democrat held locales, we've seen it get worse. So, in the same way, not dealing with the issue doesn't make it better. Thank you. Tony thinks it's a good point. I'm trying my best to make it clear. Again, I'm not telling you to become, I'm not telling anyone to become a Republican. I'm not telling you to become a conservative. That's not my point. I'm not the Midas Touch Network. I'm not here to try and convert you or to, through subterfuge, try and manipulate your vote. I'm not. I'm asking you to think. And if you're a Democrat and you've got the great Democrat solution that actually answers these problems, fantastic. Let's hear it. I'm not saying I have all the right answers. I'm not saying my party has the right answers. I'm not saying my ideology has all the right answers. I'm saying not dealing with this gives you no answers. And that is a problem. I don't know if that I can make it more clear than that. Okay. Let me move on a little bit. So, as I said, what's happening right now in the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, as far as I know, has totally abandoned the people of London and those who are pro-Israel, those who are Jewish, those who are anti-Hamas, who are anti-terrorism. Rishi Sunak doesn't have the balls to show up. And that's the guy who promised the United Kingdom that he was going to lower illegal immigration. And they have all-time high illegal immigration. He's the guy who said he was going to bring in a wave of conservatism and move to the right in terms of governance for the United Kingdom, for Europe, and he's failed. And now he continues to, he's compounding that failure by failing to show up and say, anti-Semitism is wrong. To say that the government of the United Kingdom refutes the proposition by Hamas and Iran. And the same thing is happening here in the United States. Same thing's happening in the United States. Now, people will say, Mike, but you just don't understand. There are people who will say, I just don't get it. Mike, you're not understanding the issues as they exist. Bear with me. I'm trying to pull up another screen here. I think my computer just froze for a second. Bear with me, folks. I love it. I have so many screens open, so much information. My computer freezes sometimes. Come on. Where's my computer? Hopefully everything hasn't crashed. Please. I apologize. I'm a poor guy. Unlike CNN, unlike the Midas Touch Network, I'm not a super PAC. I'm not a approved media source. I don't have 10,000 people working for me. I don't have Bette Midler putting in $250,000 to back me here. I wish we did. We don't. So I have limits on my technology that I'm able to use. Here we go. Is it working now? Come on. It's because I have too many screens open. I have just too much information I'm trying to provide with everyone. That being said, let me deal with one of the comments here while I'm waiting. Tony says, criminals do not care about laws. They always take the path of least resistance and will always find a workable solution to the gun restrictions for criminals. There are no gun restrictions for criminals. When was the last time you saw a piece of legislation that targeted criminals? They don't. They target law-abiding citizens. That's the problem. That's the issue at hand. And that's the misdirection that is happening from the government. We'll make you safe by punishing law-abiding citizens trying to defend themselves, not criminals. They're not going after the criminals. The laws haven't changed for the criminals. The laws have changed on whether or not you and your wife, your daughter, your son, your family, whether you can defend yourself or not. And I always like to point to the fact that in New York State, they made it criminal for you to have a bulletproof vest. Passive self-defense. Passive individual self-defense. I have a bulletproof vest. Had it before New York made it illegal. And if I wear my bulletproof vest at a Antifa rally, which I do on a regular basis when I go live to the rallies and protests and crimes of Antifa, or Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, I wear my bulletproof vest. And that's a crime because somehow having the ability to defend myself against criminals is a crime. Somehow that creates crime. Somehow that's a danger to everyone else. Passive self-defense. This is, I use this example and this legislation, this law that was passed by New York State in 2021 to highlight the insanity of this. Having a bulletproof vest. I've done several videos on this, directly on this legislation. Look it up. Type in bulletproof vest on my channel and you'll find it, where they literally are saying, yeah, because you can defend yourself passively, that is a crime, which means the only inference of that is the government, the leadership want you to be in danger so that you will rely on the government to protect you. Since you can't protect yourself, your only recourse is to depend on those who have the power to defend you, which means you have to re-elect them. You have to keep them in power. You have to keep them happy. That's not called democracy, whether representative or any other form of democracy. It's not. That is a oligarchy. That is evil. I truly believe that. Now, again, some may say, Mike, you just don't understand. Some might say that. I would dispute it. I would tell them that they're wrong. Come on, give me this link. Come on. Oh, it's driving me nuts. There we go. Come on. I'll show you what I'm going to. Oh my God, this computer is going crazy. Did they just drop me? Oh, no. Okay. Come on. Here it is. Come on. Bear with me, folks. I'm trying to get this fixed for you so you can see this properly. Trying to. I'm not a rich man. I'm not a rich man. I don't have a computer that can do everything I want it to do when I want it to do it. So I apologize if it looks a little goofy. Again, I only have one computer screen that I'm working off of. Come on. Well, while it's trying to figure out what it's doing here, I think you can see this. So many of the concerns that I'm highlighting here aren't just concerns that are on the right. This is the Daily Beast. The Daily Beast is about as far left as you can go in terms of propaganda, in terms of ideology and messaging. And even with that, taking into account that this is as far left an organization as you can get, even the Daily Beast recognizes that what's been going on with Hamas, this pro-Palestine movement, has forgotten a key element, something that is required by progressives. They cannot, their logic doesn't move linear. It's about gymnastics. To be able to support Hamas, to support genocide, to support Palestine, you have to also denounce women. There's something that's not really being talked about in the news media, something that no one wants to really address right now. Is it working now? Is it going to let me do this? Oh, come on. I hate this computer. I hate this computer. It's freezing up on me. There we go. Come on. Let me get this in where it's supposed to be. Really? Come on. It really doesn't want me to show this article. My computer. Yeah, if I were a rich man, I know. Hey, folks, I'm trying my best. I literally am. I'm trying to. Whoa, hey, where did that go? Where are the comments? Like everything is crashing all at once, and it's crashing live. Come on, there it is. Okay. Okay, while the computer's trying to figure out what it's doing right now, according to the Daily Beast, women are we know for a fact that Hamas tortured and abused sexually. They raped women and children. That is a fact. It's not a question. It has been detailed. Every investigation that has looked at this, even by the UN, confirms that women and children were raped and tortured, whether they've been shields or then after killed, that women were abused. Where is the Me Too movement? Where is the very same progressive left that is right now attacking Eric Adams for a sexual assault 10 years ago? The very same movement that got rid of Harvey Weinstein, that helped to get rid of Epstein. Where is this movement? Where is the left? Should they not, in the very same breath that they are saying, oh, they're pro-Hamas, shouldn't they also say, but Hamas tortured women, that they destroyed women, that they took away their lives, they took away they attacked them as objects and destroyed their individuality. They raped them, they tortured them. Why is the left incapable? Why is it that Harvard and these Harvard students who are talking about Hamas, their support of Hamas, their desire to punish Israel, will not talk about what Hamas did to women? Why won't they say anything about this? Why will they not address this? Why is that something that's verboten, that my computer's completely off the wall right now. Come on. Hang on a moment, folks. I'm going to try and figure a way. Well, I can't. By the way, are you guys able to hear me completely? I know that the video section seems to be frozen. Here we go. I know the video portion is somewhat acting up right now. And again, I apologize. I only have one computer screen to work off of, so I apologize. But are you able to hear me throughout this entire thing? I was dropped by Zuckerberg. All right. Which is interesting because my computer is telling me that I'm not losing frames. I'm not losing frame rate. On my system, I can see 0 dropped frames. Okay, so I'm being frozen on YouTube. I'm being frozen on Facebook. Yeah, the video's down to dial up. I don't know what's happening here because my system is telling me that my video is going out fine. My video from my system is transmitting out and I have 0 dropped frames. What you're seeing, and I can see what you're seeing, and it's stuttering. I don't know why. It seems that I've pissed off someone when I have to point out that the Daily Beast, a far left organization, is pissed off at Hamas because Hamas are a group of terrorists. And those terrorists have their ideology comes from Iran, where they poison women for learning how to read and write. It comes from Iran that wants to commit genocide on anyone and everyone that doesn't believe what the Ayatollah believes. It seems I've pissed off the algorithm when I wanted to point out this is what even the left, when they stop to think about the consequences of what they are doing, even in the Daily Beast, they will point out this is against women's best interest. That women are being persecuted and they are being objectified and they are being demonized by Hamas. The very same left that says we have to support them. We have to take these refugees in without any kind of vetting are the very same people who tell you, oh, but we're there for women. We support women. We protect women. How can you do the two? You can't do these two things at the same time. You can't support Hamas and also support women because Hamas doesn't support women. The ideology of Hamas and Iran does not support women. And we can see that not just in the torture that they have done to the hostages, not just in the murder that they committed on October 7th, not just by Iran poisoning its own schoolgirls, it's in everything that they have said to us. I know, I'm hitting all the hot topics, so, the search engines hate the hell out of me right now. They hate the hell out of me right now. Because I'm talking about things they don't want to talk about. This is a conversation you will not get on MSNBC. You will not see this on CNN, ABC News, the New York Times. They do not want to have this conversation. They do not want you to realize that in supporting Hamas, you are also supporting the objectification of women, the destruction of women as independent agents of their lives. They don't want you to deal with that. But I was bringing that up because I want you to understand how they are micromanaging everything that is going on. And when we look at what's happening with Israel and Hamas as a microcosm on what we are seeing around the world, it is terrifying because this is what we are seeing. More and more and more, we are seeing various governments, whether at first world, second world, or even third world nations, that are being led by radicals who are micromanaging every aspect of an individual's life. And they are giving you two choices. Be absolutely silent and do nothing, just obey, or you will be punished for daring to try and go outside the guidelines they have set for you. And I think that's very important. I think it's absolutely important to understand that. To be a proper progressive, you cannot question Hamas and how they tortured women. You can't question that. You have to accept, I'm pro-Hamas. It doesn't matter that they torture women. It doesn't matter that they killed women, that they raped women. It doesn't matter. That's okay. Why? Because we're supposed to be in favor of Hamas. Why are they in favor of Hamas in the first place? Because they're not colonizers. Yes, they are. There is no such nation as Palestine. for them to create a nation of Palestine, to create their own government, is to colonize an area. They are colonizers. That isn't indigenous their land. It is not. But we can't deal with that question. No, no, Mike, now you're being an istinophobe. I see. They really don't want me to show you. I don't know why, but suddenly, maybe it's Daily Beast attacking me. I don't know. That they're pissed off that I actually used one of their articles. Because, yes, I read the left-wing news media. For those who have not seen the channel before, I look at all news media. I look at international news, United States news, left, right, center. When I look at the stories and I look at the issues that are in front of us, I don't limit myself to just the right wing. You will almost never, very rarely will you ever see me quote Fox News. I don't care. I very rarely look at Breitbart. I look at the New York Times. I look at the BBC, The Guardian, MSNBC, CNN. I go to the left wing and even the Daily Beast. I will check their news as well to make sure I can see what's going on. And even when you look at their news media, if you understand the issues, you can see what they're doing, how they are misleading the public because they're promoting a political agenda. It's kind of like what we saw, and I covered this earlier this week about the Midas Touch Network. You may have heard about them. They are promoting themselves as the fastest growing independent news on the internet, in particular on YouTube. They have 1.79 million subscribers. Let me start off, as I said in my video covering them, I'm happy for them. I'm glad that they have nearly 2 million subscribers. Good for them. They're not independent news. They're not even close to independent anything. What they are is a shill for the progressive ideology. And I say that because one of the things that YouTube, in promoting this is a channel that is being promoted by YouTube, by Google, by the left-leaning news media. They are pushed onto people's streams, into your feed on YouTube and Google, that you're supposed to look at them as an authority. They are verified by YouTube. You know what they don't mention? They're a super PAC. They are a political action committee, a super political action committee. They're political. They're a political organization. By definition of being a political organization, they aren't the news media. They are deeply funded by left-wing political activists and organizations. That's a fact. They spend their super PAC. Go to opensecrets.org. They spend almost $3 million pushing political ideology, attacking anyone that doesn't agree with them, and supporting everyone who does agree with them on the most partisan of partisan ideas. Their editor-in-chief, who is a lawyer, is best known for being an internet troll. I want you to think about that. The editor-in-chief of an organization that is verified and approved by YouTube, by Google, that is considered a newsworthy authority that must be shown to the public, their editor-in-chief is known primarily for being an internet troll, somebody who goes on Twitter and attacks people personally. This is what qualifies as newsworthy in a world where the progressive ideology is being shoved down your throat. My problem isn't that Midas Touch Network is rich, that they are being funded out their ass by the far left. That's not my problem. My problem isn't that they have 2 million subscribers. Fantastic, good for them. My problem is they are deceptive and not transparent, and they aren't a news agency. They aren't independent. They are a political vehicle. They are a super PAC. And they have an agenda. And they are pushing that agenda hard. And YouTube, Facebook, the left-leaning algorithms are pushing that on you without telling you, oh, by the way, this is purely about politics. This is about partisan political ideology. And that's what we see seep in. This is what we're seeing in all the coverage that we're talking about, whether it's in England or whether it's in Israel, whether it has to do with Hamas or the United States. This is what we're getting. It's really, really frustrating. Did it work? Hey, here we go. So again, this is the Daily Beast. This is the far left news media. UN and women's groups ignore or deny the systemic rape of Israeli women by Hamas. It doesn't get any more clear than that, folks. How can you be pro-Hamas and say that you support Me Too? That you are someone who believes in the progressive ideology that women are always right, that you must always believe all women in all circumstances. Oh, then what about this circumstance? Why are they not protesting this? I have yet to see any rally where women are protesting the rape of Israeli women, the torture of children, of female children. Doesn't make sense. They don't want to deal with that. Okay, so the comments all jumped in. Dow says people in the West gloss over and try to separate the average resident of Gaza from Hamas. The people of Gaza elected Hamas. That is their government. They elected a terrorist organization as their government. So in the same way that we talk about Americans based on our government, we talk about the United Kingdom based on its government, we talk about Argentina or the Netherlands or Sweden, Italy based on its government. Same thing I do with Hamas. The people of Palestine are defined by the government they elected. So I think that's very important. You can't tell me, well, it's the people. The people are entirely different. The people in every nation are entirely different. We define people, right or wrong, by their governments. The governments they elect. You can tell me that in China, well, the Chinese people aren't like the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. I would agree with you. Why? That's oppressive. Because the Chinese communists don't allow the people to be individuals. They have no rights. So you can make that argument. Say the same thing in North Korea. You can say that in Venezuela, in Cuba. I agree with you. But you know where you can't say that? You can't say that in Israel, in the United States. Hamas, again, with the Gaza Strip, they elected these people. So you can't tell me it's not the same. And yes, Mike Boy, we have seen many of the refugees from other countries, from Syria, from Afghanistan, Iraq, as they have gone into Europe, into the EU, due to the open border policies of the EU. We have seen women, especially in Sweden, in Switzerland, in Finland, in Norway, that have been mass attacked and sexually abused. Absolutely true. It's been happening for years. But the left ignores that. Oh, we have to have open borders. Yes, but what do you notice when we open those borders and we don't vet the people we're allowing into these countries, we get these gangs of criminals running around abusing women and children. There's that city in the United Kingdom. There's an entire city in the United Kingdom. Everyone who's in their elected government, there's a huge immigrant population, some 80%. And what have they found? The abuse of women systemically by the local government. But no one wants to talk about that because we have to have open borders. Open borders are absolutely essential. It's also wrong. It's so vile and wrong. Let's see if I can get this to work. Bear with me. Bear with me, folks. I'm trying to see if I can make this work a little bit better for you. And we are seeing a backlash to this, though, folks. We're seeing, and I alluded to that, we have in Ecuador, for the first time in, well, not the first time, for the second time in 10 years, we have the Ecuadorian prime minister has changed the rules. He's making it illegal to carry drugs, that individuals, like we're doing here in the United States. In the United States, we are legalizing drugs, which has not been working well. Just look at Oregon. Look at the hard drugs that they have made legal there, and look at how that has negatively impacted the population. Look at every city and every state where they have legalized marijuana, and look at how that has negatively impacted the poorest of the poor, including in New York State. Here in the Bronx, I can walk outside my door. This is a neighborhood I have lived in, or any member of my family. We've been here for 50 years in a row. 50 years, half a century. And today, in the same neighborhood that used to be Italian and used to be Jewish, with some black and Hispanic families, and we used to have a barbershop, well, multiple barbershops. We had bakeries, we had butcher shops, we had 2 movie theaters, we had a shoe repair, furniture stores. You go outside the door right now, you know what you have? Every other block has at least one hair care product store. Every single corner has drug dealers, legal and illegal. Either they're selling legal marijuana in every single store, every single block, and very often, there are illegal drug dealers right outside those very same stores selling illegal marijuana because it's legal now. And what have we seen happen to the community? It went from a middle-class neighborhood to a very poor neighborhood. That's it. This is what happens when we get these ideas, these social experiments being done. It always destroys. And that's what happened in Ecuador. Ecuador, they said, oh, you know what? We'll get rid of the drug gangs by legalizing drugs. And instead, they just had more drug gangs. They had more people using drugs. They had more people working for the gangs and transporting the drugs. They didn't stop any of the crime. They didn't stop any of the corruption. So Ecuador is making a change and moving to the right, because moving to the left didn't work. We're seeing that in Argentina with the election of Milei, who is an anarchist, who is a leftist. He's on the right. He's anarchist. He's a libertarian. He's a bit of a wild child, to be quite honest. But again, he's running away from the leftist policies that have destroyed South America and his country and places like Venezuela, and he's moving to the right to protect his nation and his people. We're seeing that happen in the Netherlands. They just had their election, and they're moving to the right. We saw that in Italy, in Sweden, in Switzerland. Do you notice over and over again, these countries that have been already trying to use the social experiment of moving further and further to the left, more and more towards socialism, each and every one of these countries are saying it has failed. Let's go to the right. Why? Because at some point they come to the same realization as what we just saw on the Daily Beast. That at some point you have to say, wait a minute, you're asking me to support the very thing that we're supposed to be against. The left-leaning socialist movement wants you to support Hamas, but they forgot that Hamas tortures women. and you're supposed to just let it go. That's irreconcilable to me. We need to point these things out. Hey, Tony, thank you for being here with us on Facebook. I appreciate it. I really do. Dow, yes, you're right. Bronx, Philadelphia. The urban decay and the rot is everywhere. We can see this all over the place. And, when I say, oh, this is happening, come on. Again, this is happening in countries around the world. Let me show you what I'm talking about here, folks. So, that's the far right. Oh, it looks like it was something from Daily Beast, by the way. It does look like the Daily Beast is the reason why we had that. Because the Daily Beast doesn't want me to show you the article anymore. The Daily Beast, it looks like they pulled the article. Oh my God, they don't want anyone to know about it. It looks like they pulled the article. Okay. But moving on. So when I say this is happening, again, everyone's moving towards the far right. There's a reason why that is happening. And it's a good reason. Again, if you disagree with me, if you think you can resolve the disconnect between women being sexually abused and Hamas and supporting Hamas, and if you can put those two together and say, no, it makes perfect sense, please explain that to me. The Daily Beast, at least until they pulled the article, couldn't figure it out. Didn't make sense. It completely breaks. If you, as a progressive, can figure that out and say, hey, no, it makes sense, please explain it to me, because it doesn't make sense to anyone else with an IQ above 50. I don't remember the name of the art. It was the UN, and I have the link. The name is in the link in the description. For those who are looking for the article from the Daily Beast, it's in the description of the video. That link still exists. Let me see here. So let's move on. I wanted to also talk about. Okay, so let's change up gears here a little bit. Let me switch up gears slightly, because just like when we were talking about the dogs and the public service announcement about trying to protect your best friend, your dog, we're going to talk about what's happening with the Ukraine. We have been saying on this channel, and anyone who's been watching this channel for long term, I think anyone in the chat, many people in the chat can confirm, we have been talking about the global food shortage since February of 2022. Most people are not aware that at this moment, there is 30% less food in the world today than in 2019. That is a fact. That in 2024 and 2025, there will be a global food shortage of somewhere between 40 and 50% less food than in 2019. That is a fact. It has been reported. Part of that is because the farmers in the Ukraine, well, part of that's because, one, there's a war in the Ukraine. Part of it is because the farmers have less land that they can farm, and they're going and switching over to oilseed crops that make more money and take up less work. So instead of planting wheat and corn, they're planting oilseed so that they can make more money with less work because there's a war going on. And partially it's because due to the war, the grain that is being made is being stockpiled and prevented from being shipped out by Russia. Russia's blocking this, and we can see this. There we go. So this is why Ukraine right now is begging the rest of the world to try and help them ship the grain. Mind you, there's less grain to ship, but they're also not able to get it out. This is the reason why there is a global food shortage, and that will only get worse in 2024. And it doesn't matter if the war in the Ukraine could end today. That will not mean that before the end of 2024, the food shortage will continue. Even if the war ended right this second, you still have to wait for the spring, plant the crops, grow the crops, and then collect the crops. You're looking at least another year of a food shortage, which brings us into 2024. And if the war with Ukraine continues into the spring of 2024, then you're now into the next year, 2025, at the earliest, for the global food shortage to end. We're telling you this so that you're aware. CNN, MSNBC, Joe Biden, nobody wants to talk about this. We've been talking about this since 2022. It's one of the reasons why food inflation is so high. It's above 12% in the United States. It's above 18% in the United Kingdom. Depending on which source you're looking at, it's over 24%. And these are first world nations we're talking about. Imagine if you're in a second or third world nation. We know third world nations, people are starving right now, that they have toppled governments because of the lack of food in the world. We saw that in Madagascar. So this is important. This is something you need to be prepared for. And we are being told right now, as you can see in the news, we're being told right now, there's not going to be enough grain. It's not going to get to the stores. It's not going to get to the food processing plants. There will be less food. Now, the reason why nobody wants to tell you about this is most of the world leaders think you're going to panic. They think you're going to freak out. They think you're going to go out and riot like the kids at Harvard. That you're going to go out and you're going to rush into the stores like they did at the pandemic when you didn't know anything. See, that's the key difference. People panic when they don't know things. People panic when they're told things that aren't accurate. Thus, we've got the students that are protesting in favor of Hamas. That's why we had the rush on the stores for toilet paper at the beginning of the pandemic. People didn't know and they freaked out. We believe that the more that you know, the less likely you are to freak out. And thus, we are doing our very best to make sure you are informed. We know there has been a global food shortage since 2022. We know that inflation has gone up at least 12% in the United States, 18% in the United Kingdom, 24% depending on some sources. We know that that's going to go even higher next year. That is a fact. It's not going down. It's going to go higher. Even in an election year, they can't stop it. And we know there's going to be less food. Go out, buy 10% more food. That's all we're telling you. The next time you go and buy food, buy 10% more. It's that simple. Don't panic. Don't try and hoard the food. Buy some more canned food. Buy some flour. Buy rice. Buy long-lasting foods and buy more foods that are in cans, 10% more, and stockpile it. If you have been following our advice on this, that we have been saying virtually every single week since February of 2022, you have saved money and you have fed your family. That is a fact. And you can ask the people in the comments that I'm being absolutely correct on this. If you have followed our advice about this, you have saved money, you have fed your family. If I am wrong somehow, if the miracle came down for Christmas for everyone in the world and suddenly food magically appeared in every single store around the world, then you would have extra food and you could donate it to the homeless, you could donate it to veterans, you could donate it to soup kitchens to help people with the economy. That's the worst case. If I'm wrong, that's the worst thing that happens. You're able to donate food. But I'm not wrong. We haven't been wrong since February of 2022. Inflation isn't going away overnight. And in fact, the way our government and the world governments are reacting to this has been just to ignore it, to not tell you about it, which means it's going higher. And they know it, and they can't stop it. So rather than panic, buy 10% more food every time you go to the store. That's it. Really simple. And you will protect yourself, you will save money, and you will feed your family. It's that simple. There is no need to panic. There is no need to go crazy. I know. Oops. Did I get that? All right. Sorry. I know. In the United States, there we go. I know. The United States is a first world nation. We're not going to starve. United Kingdom, most of Europe, we're first nations. They're second world nations. They're not going to starve. If you're in a third world nation, if you're in Haiti, it's a hell of a lot harder. I get it. I get it. It's hard to be in Venezuela, to be in Angola, to be in China, and to prepare. You're absolutely correct. It's true. But 10% more, it will help. Even in the third world nations that are starving, it will help. If you can, just 10% more. More flour, more wheat, more rice, more long-lasting foods, especially in cans. That's our public service announcement here. We try to get that out at least once a week, and we will continue to let people know about public service announcements like protecting your puppies, as we started the show with, and like talking about the global food crisis. We've been doing it for years now because no one else is doing it. They don't care about you. I do. All right. And by the way, if there's anyone who thinks there isn't a global food crisis, again, I'm happy to hear from you. Please tell me how there will be more food in 2024 than in 2023. I can point to the articles that have been written about the Ukraine farmers, the fact that they are planting less food, that they are switching their crops. The articles are there. They're international. You can go to Deutsche Welle. You can go to France 24. You can go to The Guardian. You can find the articles. They're there. They're not headlines. They're not international news, but the news is there. It exists. Go to Business Insider. You will find the articles. They have been talking about this. It's just not publicized. But if you're telling me, Mike, no, there's miraculously, somehow there's going to be more food in 2024 than there has been in the last couple of years, please point me to that international news because it doesn't exist. Again, I've gone to Deutsche Welle. I've gone to France 24, The Guardian. I've gone to Business Insider. I've checked all the farming sites. Then no one says that, which is the reason why you're not hearing it on CNBC. Quite honestly. All right. So I did want to talk about that. Let's talk about the politics of it all. Because the politics, both international and domestic, are very much involved here. We know that the 2024 election is critical for Democrats in the United States. We know that somewhere between 58 and 72% of Democrats don't want Joe Biden to run. They do not want him to be president. But given no other choice, they will vote for him. Well, most of them will. Because some of them are going to RFK Jr., a man who was a Democrat, who is a progressive in his ideology. I know that. I've been to some of his rallies, and I've heard his supporters talking about his progressive ideology. He's a progressive, just like Joe Biden, except RFK has his mental facilities, and Joe Biden doesn't. So many of the Democrats are going to RFK, which is why he's polling at 22%. He is a real threat, both to Joe Biden and, of course, Donald Trump as well. But I think it's more towards Joe Biden. Joe Biden is losing because, in part, of his policies, his failure with the economy, his failure in leadership, the fact that he has abandoned 30,000 Americans around the world. Let's be very clear about that. He threw away 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan who are being tortured as we speak. He threw away 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine. He threw away 15,000 Americans this year in the Sudan. And now there's the problem of the Americans who died and have been hostage by Hamas, which he has not responded to. Quite honestly, he has not responded to this. What was his answer? He put in aircraft carriers in the Mediterranean. They were there anyway. And they're doing what they've always done to protect Israel. That's not new. What has he done? Oh, he's taking credit because he made the deal. Well, let me be very clear here that I'm not the only one who thinks that Joe Biden has failed the American people. I'm not the only one who's saying that the problem is Joe Biden and not just a left, it's not a right-wing thing. So, here goes the article. This is from Politico, left-leaning news. The polls keep getting worse for Joe Biden. This is the left. This is the left talking. Here come the police. They're coming to get me. So what we can see is Joe Biden is doing worse and worse with 18 to 34-year-olds. We're talking about the same college students that are at Harvard, that are at Cornell University, at Binghamton University, at the colleges across this country. Yeah, those kids protesting don't believe in Joe Biden. And one of the reasons why they don't believe in Joe Biden is, and what does it say here? Because Joe Biden supports Israel. This is how deep the indoctrination. So this isn't just about polls. The polls telling us that college students have been so indoctrinated into the leftist socialist ideology, even though they are watching women be destroyed, they are upset because Joe Biden has had a lackluster impact against their socialist ideology. Joe Biden has not embraced global terrorism, genocide. And the students, the 18 to 34-year-olds, are rejecting him. I know this is meant to tell us, the Political article is saying, oh, well, Joe Biden has to do something to get the youth. If getting the youth means supporting Hamas and terrorism and genocide, the problem isn't Joe Biden in that moment. The problem isn't the election. The problem is the indoctrination. I mean, this is the information. You and I are both reading this. If the main source, according to Politico, is that 18 to 34-year-olds, college students, high school students, who have been taught to hate Israel and to love and support Hamas, a terrorist organization built on the idea of genocide, we should be really scared. That if that's the reason why Joe Biden is losing to Donald Trump, if that is the reason why Joe Biden is losing Democrats, there is a serious problem in America, and it has nothing to do with left and right politics. It has to do with indoctrination. Maybe it's me noticing this and saying, hey, wait a minute, there's more to this than just an election here. There's more to this than Joe pandering to the left. There's a bigger problem at the core of this. And I hope I've just identified it for you, and light bulb goes off for a bunch of socialists out there, a bunch of these students. Suddenly a light bulb goes off and, hey, wait a minute. Yeah, that is a problem. Something doesn't make sense there. But, of course, Joe Biden is pandering to the left. He is desperate to get those votes. And so he is using, and this has been actually in his favor, the conflict with Israel and Hamas has been a godsend for Joe Biden. This is his chance to show that he is a strong leader. He failed in Afghanistan. He failed in the Ukraine. He failed in Sudan. But now he's got a chance to show that he's a strong leader when it comes to Israel and Hamas. And in particular, that he's a strong leader in getting back all of the hostages. Notice, since October 7th, the mainstream news media have stopped talking about the number of civilians that were killed by Hamas. That number's gone. No one talks about it anymore. By the way, it's also been downgraded. We started in the initial days, 1,200 people were killed. It got as high as 1,600. Then various news sources started whittling down that number from 1,600 to many of them saying today it's 1,200. So they downgraded the amount of damage Hamas did. At the same time, as they downgraded the threat, American news media, CNN, MSNBC, ABC News, New York Times, stopped talking about the fact that 33 Americans died. Gone. It's off the headlines. No one's talking about the Americans that died, which give America a direct interest. A terrorist organization killed Americans in an act of terror. America should be responding to this. Didn't we go to war in Iraq for this? Didn't we go to war in Afghanistan for this reason? Terrorists killed Americans, so America went to war. Didn't we go to war for this? And as a result of this, okay, in Iraq we went to war. In Afghanistan we went to war because Americans were killed by a terrorist organization. And when Hamas attacks American civilians, they just stop talking about it. The mainstream news media just stopped talking about it. Wow. That's shocking. When you think about it, when you realize it, when you understand what they have done, that they just gloss past the lives of Americans that were killed by a terrorist organization. That's shocking. But it gets worse. Initially, we were told there were at least 22 Americans that were captured and taken as hostages and human shields, tortured and raped by Hamas. 22. That's when we knew of at least 117 total hostages and human shields taken by Hamas and being tortured and brutally raped. That was in the initial stages. That was in October. In November, we found out that there were some 242. Mind you, the mainstream media doesn't like to give the number. There's at least, again, at least 242 known hostages being tortured and raped by Hamas at this time. 242. And somehow, as the number of hostages more than doubled, the number of Americans that are being held hostage diminished. The news media went from 22 Americans, at least 22 Americans being held hostage, to 9. What happened? Those Americans haven't been released. We don't know if they're alive or dead, but we went from 22 to 9. How did that happen? And I will tell you the reason why that happened, in my opinion, is because the same reason why Joe Biden promised that there were only 100 Americans left in Afghanistan, and then within a year, 900 Americans came back home from Afghanistan, and 5,000 remain in Afghanistan to this day. It's because Joe Biden's a liar, and it's bad for politics. You won't elect Joe Biden if he told you the truth. If you knew that there were 22 Americans being held by Hamas, being tortured and raped as we speak, after they killed 33 Americans, we would want blood. We would go to war. We would have done the same thing we did to Iraq and Afghanistan. We would have eliminated Gaza. It's not like we don't have aircraft carriers that can do it in 8 hours. If we wanted to eliminate Gaza, if Israel wanted to eliminate the Palestinian people, we could do it in 8 hours. Let's be honest. We don't. We don't want to do that. But at the same time, in every other case where terrorists have killed Americans and taken Americans hostage, our reaction is absolutely opposite what we have seen from Joe Biden, which is one of the reasons why Joe Biden is doing badly with the American people, not students, the American people. The fact that Joe Biden didn't jump on the bandwagon of the Democratic Socialists of America, the progressive leaders of tomorrow, of Antifa, and swear his allegiance to Hamas is why Joe Biden's doing bad with students. But they're indoctrinated. No. We're talking about the exact opposite here. Why is Joe Biden doing badly with the American people? Because even though it has been hidden from you, even though the news media has gone to great length to eliminate every mention of the Americans killed by Hamas, even though they have gone through great length to obscure how many Americans are held hostage right now, you know this because it was reported initially. We know the numbers. Even at the beginning of November, we knew the numbers. We were still being told the truth. And then it became politically bad for Joe Biden. So people, the news media, stopped talking about it. It's not that they didn't say there aren't hostages. They just don't talk about American hostages. I'm talking about the American news media. I understand if the British or Thailand or Nepal, that they don't want to talk about the Americans who are held hostage. They have their own people to worry about. I get it. I'm talking about the American news media. And I know there are people who are watching this right now, and it's just shocking you right now because no one's actually pointed this out. You didn't realize, oh yeah, they did stop talking about the Americans that died. They did stop talking about the number of American hostages. They just said hostages. They stopped talking about Israeli, how many civilians died, and they're talking about, oh yeah, Palestinians died. Palestinians are being hurt. The whole argument, the whole discussion shifted to the left to promote Hamas, to give sympathy and empathy to Hamas, the people who committed the genocide in the first place. This is manipulation 101. This is propaganda 101. They changed the target. You're supposed to feel sympathy for Hamas for committing an act of terror against our people here in the United States. The American news media wants you to feel sympathy for global terrorists that killed and captured our own people. That is wicked and evil. Wicked and evil that they have done that. And you're not supposed to notice. So Joe Biden has gone out and to improve his political numbers, to make himself look like a global leader, like he has some kind of importance here, that he's involved, to try and bolster the fact that, no, America isn't doing nothing. Whereas in every other example, in every other case around the world, America goes batshit crazy and talks about glassing entire countries. If you were alive, as long as I've been alive, if you've been alive since 9/11, you know America was talking about nuking to glass the entire Middle East because of 9/11. So that's how crazy Americans can get. And in terms of Hamas, in terms of what's going on right now, nothing. But Joe Biden has to show leadership. So he said, I'm involved in the negotiations between Qatar and Israel and Egypt to get the hostages back. Now, you may say to me, Mike, but Qatar, who's Qatar? And you would be right to ask that question. Qatar is a tiny country in the Middle East. They're virtually non-existent. And the reason why they're saying Qatar is because the headquarters of Hamas is not in Gaza. It's not in the West Bank. It's not in Israel. It's not in Egypt or Jordan or Lebanon. It is nowhere near Gaza. The headquarters of Hamas, the global terrorist organization, is in Qatar. So that's why we're negotiating. So when Joe Biden says, well, I'm negotiating with Qatar, he's actually doing a gimmick here. He, instead of saying Hamas, because Hamas is in Qatar, he doesn't want you to know that. He doesn't want you to know that he's negotiating with terrorists, because the policy of the United States is not to negotiate with terrorists. So he says he's negotiating with Qatar. Qatar is not involved. Hamas is. Hamas's headquarters is in Qatar. So he's actually having conversations with Iran via Hamas and Israel and Egypt. That's the truth of it. No one wants to highlight that truth. But let's go further. Joe Biden has said he's the person who decided that for every one hostage released, Israel should release 3 prisoners. Half the people that they have in prison were arrested before October 7th, before the attack on Israel, before Israel decided to defend itself. And so Joe Biden wants 3 prisoners for every 1 hostage, which means the prisoners, Hamas, Palestinians, are more valuable than all of the hostages, both Israeli and from every other part of the world. They are worth less than the Palestinians. That's why you have to have 3 Palestinians for every 1 hostage. That seems stupid to me. That's a bad deal. Should be 1 for 1. Think about it. It should be 1 for 1. Instead, it's 1 for 3. And you might say, well, Mike, that means that every hostage is super valuable. No, it means every Palestinian, every member of Hamas, they're valuable. But okay, let's go further with that. So this is the deal that Joe Biden put together. And he's got 50. The deal from Joe Biden is that 50 of these, out of the 242 hostages that no one in the media wants to talk about, 50, basically 1/5, almost 20% of all the hostages are going to be released, and 150 Palestinian prisoners are going to be going in. That's the deal. That's what Joe Biden put together. So far, 3 days of this exchange, and what do we know? There has been 1 American released. 58 hostages have been released. I believe the number is 17 are from Thailand. The people in Thailand got released because the leader of Thailand, the president of Thailand, made a deal separate of anything that had to do with Joe Biden, and on his own went in, made a deal with Iran and Israel. And 17 people from Thailand have been released. 1 American got released. 1. Joe Biden made a terrible deal. This is ridiculous. I understand the Israelis are going to get the bulk of the people who are going to be released. The bulk of the people that were taken are Israeli. I'm perfectly fine with that. I understand that people like in Nepal and in the United Kingdom want to get their people too. I have no problem with that. I understand. The Irish want their people back too. Fantastic. I'm not saying that they aren't important. But if Joe Biden is one of the key people, one of the key 3 people sitting at the table working out the deal, there are some 22 Americans whose lives are at risk. 33 have been killed. And the American people can be hyper reactive. And his answer is, oh, give me 1 American, maybe 3. We're going to maybe, in the 4 days of this ceasefire, it looks like Joe Biden negotiated for 3 Americans out of 50. Not even 10%. 3. Not even, 15%? It's like 10% of the total of Americans that were taken hostage, tortured, and raped. Think about that for a second. That's what Joe Biden has done. He has lowered the bar of expectations. I did an entire video about this on Friday. Joe Biden has lowered the bar of expectations so low that most people think, well, there were only 5 Americans taken prisoner. That's a lie. Joe Biden, in his speech about the first day of the exchange, as he's taking credit for this entire process, trying to make himself look like he's some kind of genius, like he was involved, which is all a lie, all politicking, but fine. He's out there and he's trying to pump himself up to look good for the 2024 election. And he says, yeah, and there's 3 Americans that I'm really concerned about. There are 22 Americans at least. And he only cares about 3 of them, 2 women and 1 child. A 4-year-old child. And I will tell you, the reason why he cares about that is, 1, to lower the expectations. Because he's now focused all of America on 3 people. That's it. And if he gets those 3 people home, the average person watching the news are going to say, Joe Biden did a great job. He got everyone home. No, he didn't. Because we don't have just 3 people. That's not doing your job. But he lowered the expectations. And then he used the sympathy. Oh, there's 2 women and 1 4-year-old child. Oh my God. How many other children did Hamas take? How many other people do they have? How many of them are women? How many of them are men? How many of them are teenagers? Oh, the news media won't tell you. Nobody in the news media will mention it. The same news media that said, oh yeah, half the hostages that were American disappeared. Are they dead? We don't know. They won't tell us. Did the reason why we went from reported 22 American hostages to 9, is it because they died? Because Hamas killed them? They died from the torture and the rape? Is that why we're saying it's 9 instead of 22 now? And even then, I don't think Joe Biden's confident to get all of them. That's why he said 3. And that's why he made the deal to get 3. Not 5, not 10. These things usually go with round numbers. We have 50 hostages being exchanged for 150 prisoners there. Okay. They're putting them out in tranches of about 10 to 15. Okay. These numbers make sense. Why did he want 3? He didn't want 5 Americans. He didn't want 10 Americans. He didn't want all the Americans. He wanted 3. And the 3 he wanted are 2 women and a child. A child who was made an orphan by Hamas, something that the news media doesn't want to talk about. Oh, we're getting back this child. It's so great. We've gotten this child back. This orphaned. The news media should be reporting this properly. It's an orphaned. A 4-year-old child because Hamas killed their parents who were civilians for no reason. And then captured this child, stole this child, used this 4-year-old child as a human shield. And God help us, they may have tortured and or sexually abused this 4-year-old child. And everyone's like, oh, but Joe Biden got him back. They're playing games with you. This is political manipulation. It is sickening. Let me go back to some of the comments here. I know I forgot the comments for a while. I apologize. User has been banned says, well, look at their belief system. The education system, which should be called indoctrination, should be dismantled and those in it investigated. Communists used to be excluded from civil rights for a reason. I do agree with removing the Department of Education. We don't need that. We spend money on it, and it's money we are wasting. It is not improving the education system in the United States. We spend well over $125 million a year. Well over. Correction, I think it's $125 billion a year on the Department of Education. And the standard of education in the United States, separate of the ideology, is going down. In fact, we have more segregation going on today than 50 years ago. In my lifetime, there's more segregation going on in the United States, and it's coming from the left. In fact, there's an article that came out in the Wall Street Journal. I have a link for it. Wall Street Journal. Let me show you. Since you're bringing that up, let me show you the article from, where is it? Yep, there it is. Let me show you this article. Bear with me for a second, folks. This is from the Wall Street Journal. When it comes to segregation. So this is in Illinois. Shocking. Illinois, one of the bluer than blue states, a stronghold for Democrats. Social experiment? Yes, they're going to continue to have segregation. These are the people who are against segregation. These are the people who are telling you that they're here to protect you from segregation. Let me make sure I get this clear for you guys. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. So, as you can see on the screen right now, this is Elgin, Illinois, as they explain why it's okay to have segregation against white kids. If you look at this paragraph and say, oh my God, no, but it's all right. See, they're not saying you're white and you're being discriminated against. It's just we're going to put a bunch of obstacles and roadblocks in front of you to discourage you from being able to learn calculus. Oops. No, you're not restricted. You're just not wanted. And we're going to make sure it's going to be almost impossible for you to do this. And if you just change the word from white to black and said that black students aren't restricted, they're just, they're just not the focus. Black kids aren't necessarily encouraged to learn calculus. And if they really try hard, and if there's no other option available, no other choice, well, then we'll let them into the calculus class too. That would be racist. That would be blatantly and absolutely 100% accepted as being racist. The only thing that's changed in this segregationist, racist ideology is they changed the person being persecuted from black to white. It's still racism. It's still segregationist. And that's being promoted by the modern leftist ideology. That's why it's happening in Illinois. Not exclusively. It's also happening in New York. It's happening in California. It's happening in Seattle. But this is the problem with the indoctrination. And that indoctrination is impacting our international politics to make Joe Biden look good so that he can try and win the 2024 election. That's part of the fortification. That's why we don't talk about Americans who were killed by Hamas. It's the reason why we see the number of hostages have been reduced by more than half. And it's the reason why Joe Biden only cares about 3 of the hostages, not 9, not 22. It's the law of low expectations. Give me a second. I'm looking at some of the comments here. I'm trying to keep up. Okay, so let's understand this with some completeness. We have a nation that has been segregated. We have a nation that is promoting racism and sexism, and they're doing it and saying it's a good thing. The very things that we saw in the 1930s in Germany, the very same thing that we've seen in the 1960s here in the United States, things that people traditionally on the left fought against. This is something, when we had the Southern Democrats out and about trying to promote racism, we saw America rally together and say, you can't do that. World War I, World War II, the United States rallied together and said, we have to stop this. This is a bad thing. And today, we are seeing that the left, the Democrats, are rallying together to promote the very same sexism, racism, segregation, genocide that we have seen before, that we have fought against before. The very same. Think about this. If this was the year 2000, if this was President Clinton, maybe President Bush, and we had a terrorist organization kill 33 Americans, capture, take hostage 22 Americans, raping and torturing them, do you think we would have just sat back and said, oh, well, just give me the kid. Just give me the 4-year-old. We don't even talk about it. By the way, the colleges, they're all going to come out and support you. Do you think that would have happened in 2020, in the year 2000? Absolutely not. You would have heard Americans in Congress all voting to glass Gaza. But they have to make the election look good. They have to make Joe Biden look like a leader. And they're making him look like a leader by lowering the expectations. He's not trying to get back home 22 people. He's thrown them under a bus. Same way that he threw the people in Afghanistan under a bus. Same way that he threw the people this year in the Sudan under a bus. Stop talking about them. They don't exist. Oh, there were 22 hostages? That's too many. They don't exist. There's now only 9. Oh, that's still too many? No problem. Make it 3. Make one of them a child. I look good standing next to a child saying, hey, I got her home. And as some have mentioned in comments, perhaps he wanted to sniff that child too. So let me go back to some of the comments here. So John is with us. Hey, John. And John says, Mike, prediction for you. DeSantis runs close in Iowa, but loses in New Hampshire hard. I don't think Ron DeSantis is going to do that well. Even as we see that Biden is trying to desperately grab back the college students, even as we see that the news media is colluding with Biden in the White House to try and make even the worst of news stories, Americans being held hostage and killed by a terrorist organization, as much as they're trying to make that look good, and he can't, and it's not working. The same thing with DeSantis. He's trying everything he can, but he can't make it look good. It's not enough. He's too weak a candidate, and so I don't think he's going to do well in Iowa. I know there are people who are going to disagree with me on that, but DeSantis has no path to the presidency. He has no path to the vice presidency or a cabinet position. His math was bad and he has failed. He will not win. I don't think he makes it. I agree with you. He doesn't make it out of New Hampshire, but I don't think he makes it out of Iowa either. Dow says 2 storage vessels were caught on fire. Yes, there was the ship. There was a tanker from Israel out of Yemen that was captured recently. Yes, I heard about that. Now, John goes on to say, the reason why he thinks that DeSantis will get close in Iowa, he got endorsed by one of the largest evangelical preachers in Iowa last week. And the fact that he has the support of the governor of Iowa. So John thinks that'll get him close in Iowa to get a victory, and that still wouldn't be enough. And I would say, even though he may have strong support, I think my prediction is that Ron DeSantis will get 3rd place in Iowa, and he'll get 3rd place in New Hampshire. My reasoning for that is the same, that even though he has groups, he has support. There's no question about that. He's got about 12% support nationally based on each and every poll. If you go to Real Clear Politics, look at each and every poll. He's averaging around 12%. Sometimes he'll get 15, sometimes he gets 9. He's averaging about 12% support. So I don't doubt that many people of this one evangelical may support Ron DeSantis because the evangelical leader did. blind support. Fantastic. And I'm sure that there are some people the people who are using the governor, if the governor of Iowa supports him, well, they're going to support him. Those are the same people who are just going to vote Republican straight down the line. They have no idea. They have no idea. That they're part of that straight down the line, just vote the top of the ticket. Well, the top of the ticket is Trump. Has been, will continue to be. So most of those people who are just, well, the governor said, yeah, but news media and most of the Republicans they know are saying, across the nation, are saying Trump, Trump, Trump. Every news station in the world is saying Trump, Trump, Trump. The conversation is about Trump, not about DeSantis. So they're going to go straight down the line, and straight down the line for those Iowans are going to be Trump. So again, I understand your reasoning for predicting that Ron DeSantis will do well in Iowa. I don't think so. I'll give you another reason. Where has Ron DeSantis been on this issue about what's happening in Israel, the Israel-Hamas war? Where has Ron DeSantis been in talking about the hostages? Most people will say they have absolutely no idea. No one in the news media was covering him. He didn't have the presence or the exposure or even a plan or even an insult strong enough to capture national or even international attention. This is an international news story. People have heard Trump making comments about what Biden is doing. Everyone's looking for Biden and saying, where's your leadership? What are you doing? No one cares what DeSantis says. I don't see DeSantis doing well. John goes on to say, well, DeSantis is doing the playbook that Ted Cruz did. Yeah, he may be. I'm sure he's copying the playbook of a lot of far more successful people than himself. But it means nothing at the end. DeSantis really isn't a conversation. He really isn't. And again, that's my reasoning why. But I want to focus on what's happening with this child. I mean, Hamas is using this for all that they can, especially with these college students. Remember the second day? Do I have this? I know it's in the links. And trust me, there's more in the links. Where is it? There it is. I have more information, more stories in the links of today than I am showing. So you'll be able to see all these stories and everything that I was reading and talking about this week. But here we go. Hamas delayed the second release of hostages because they were blaming Israel. And the thing about that is, Hamas did it because on day one, everyone was talking about Joe Biden. Everyone was asking, where are the Americans? Everyone was talking about Israel. They were talking about women being tortured and abused. No one was talking about Hamas. No one was in favor of Hamas. No one cared about Hamas because Hamas are the bad guys. They're the reason why this is all happening. Hamas wanted some good press. They wanted sympathy. They wanted empathy. And all the sympathy, all the empathy were going to the hostages. All the sympathy and empathy were going to Israel. Not even Joe Biden, just to Israel. And Hamas felt bad. So they made the claim that Israel were evil and bad and were stopped. They weren't living up to the ceasefire. Oh, the trucks that were supposed to bring aid to the north of Gaza, they're not there. Israel are bad guys. We're not going to release any more hostages. And every single news agency, I wrote this at the time on Twitter, every single news agency in the world said that's not true. Every news agency in the world said there's no evidence of that. Aid trucks are going. Humanitarian aid was going in both into southern Gaza and to northern Gaza. Israel was doing everything that they said they would do. And when Hamas didn't get the support that they wanted. They didn't get the empathy that they wanted. They said, oh, no, it's okay. We're going to release the hostages anyway because we're good people. No, they're not good people. They were always bad people. Read through the manipulation, folks. Read the propaganda as they put it in front of you. They were trying to manipulate you. And Joe Biden let them. Joe Biden fed into this. Because all Joe Biden cares about is he wanted the one girl. Part of the reason also that they did the delay, something that a lot of the news media didn't tell you about, I have an article in the description that goes into this to some degree, is because they switched the hostages. The hostages that were released eventually on Tuesday weren't the original group that were supposed to be released. Besides the fact that there were additional more people from Thailand. Again, the Thai government has been fantastic. I want them negotiating. If I ever get captured by some kind of terrorist organization, which is highly unlikely, they'll probably kill me. But if I were to be somehow captured and taken hostage, get the Thai government to try and do the negotiations. Do not let Joe Biden or Kamala Harris negotiate for me. Absolutely not. They will fail. I will rot and die in a foreign country if I have to rely on their ability to negotiate. Put the Thais in there, and Thailand will get you home. India will get you home. Even the UK will get you home eventually. But do not leave it up to Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. You will rot and die. They will forget about you in a heartbeat unless you happen to be a gay basketball player, a gay female basketball player, a gay black female basketball player. Then they'll get your ass home quick. But if you're anybody but a gay black entertainer, you're going to die. They're going to throw you to the road. And there are, again, 30,000 Americans around the world that know that I'm right. They know that that's the truth. And that's terrifying. All right. Hang on a second. So we know that 17 hostages today. We know that there are arrests that are going on. And again, I've been talking about this stuff for a while. You know, we've got all the far left. They're out there protesting. Why? What are they protesting for? Here's an example of what I'm talking about. Look at this guy. 34 pro-Palestine. There is no such place as Palestine. They're Hamas. 34 pro-Hamas protesters, including a man who once heckled Jewish bar patrons, invaded the Thanksgiving Day parade. You know what that is? That is an act of terror. Let's be clear, that's an act of terror. They terrorized Americans at the Thanksgiving Day parade because you aren't paying attention to what they want. You have a different feeling. You celebrated Thanksgiving. You went to a parade. You were out eating food with your family. You were watching the parade at your home. You weren't trying to support global terrorism. How dare you? This is what the left has come to. This is what the left represents. How dare you eat food with your family? How dare you try and relax on a day off when you could be supporting global terror and genocide? Just like the 34 pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas supporters. You are supposed to be supporting Hamas as they rape and torture women. How dare you eat turkey? This is the message that comes from the left. This is the message that is winning over colleges and high schools all across America. And when I say it's winning over in high schools, give me a second. Where is it here? No. There it is. Let me show you this article. This is high schools. High schools. Do you see this? Pro-Israeli teacher had to hide. A teacher had to hide in their school because the high school students had been so indoctrinated to support terrorism that they were going after their teacher because the teacher dared to say they support Israel. A teacher supported a nation. They did not support the international terrorist organization that tortured and killed children, 4-year-olds, 9-year-olds. The teacher did not support genocide, and the students in New York City schools said, oh, we have to go after that teacher. That's Kristallnacht. That is anti-Semitism. That is the left. New York school system is incredibly leftist. They are indoctrinating students like crazy. And this is what the result is. This is insane, folks. We cannot keep going down this path. We cannot keep going down this path just to get Joe Biden to win because orange man bad. That's the answer. Orange man bad. So it's okay. A little bit of anti-Semitism's okay. Orange man bad. You got to support the Democrats because orange man bad. Yeah, but you're supporting the rape and torture of women. Orange man bad. Oh, but you're supporting global terror. Orange man bad. You're supporting genocide. Orange man bad. The answer to all of it is orange man bad. The answer to it all is, well, you don't want to be MAGA. The only other choice is MAGA. Do you really want to make America great? No, of course you don't. You want to support global terror. You want to support Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. How dare you support MAGA and maybe hold those genocidal terrorists responsible? Oh my God. Oh my God. They drive me nuts. Let me see here. User has been banned was talking about when we're looking at these countries and how they abandon people. User has been banned pointed out, well, look at what the UK did about Lord Miles in Afghanistan. For those that don't know, Lord Miles is an average British United Kingdom citizen who, through no fault of his own initially, wound up being in war zones around the world. And he traveled there and had to get home. It was very interesting to see how the British people rallied around this guy, and that's why he has the unofficial title of Lord Miles, and people pay attention about where he is in the world. He's somewhat of a celebrity because of it, as opposed to the United States where you just disappear. Just disappear. User has been banned goes on to say, maybe that teacher will see what they teach with all that other leftist stuff and wasn't a good idea to teach all this leftism. But look at the path this is taking us. The point isn't Joe Biden. He's going to lose in 2024. Everyone knows it. No one trusts him. No one believes he's a solid leader, even the left. He's failed on the economy. He has failed on every aspect of America. Kamala Harris, failure, complete failure. She's never done well in any negotiations she's had as vice president. She has failed to take care of our border. Our nation is falling apart. Infrastructure is falling apart. Inflation is running rampant. We have unemployment increasing month over month. These guys have completely failed and screwed the pooch because their policies don't work. The Democratic promises are just that, promises, not results. So they're not going to get reelected. I don't care about that. Let's look at what's behind all of that. At the end of the day, and this is the most important part, because we will be in more wars. The terrorists are going to continue, whether it's Hezbollah or the Houthis. Iran will create a new terrorist organization just to kill Americans and to kill Israelis. They did it before, they'll do it again. There are wars going on all around the world in Sudan, in Angola, in Burkina Faso. They're places that most Americans have never heard of and don't know about. There's plenty of problems going on in this world. If we don't deal with the root problems, these things will continue and they will grow. And the root problem isn't Joe Biden. He's a symptom of it. He's enabled it. But the root problem, we're teaching our kids segregation. It's on the way back. It's like fashion. It comes back, becomes in vogue again. We have segregation coming back. We have racism coming back. We have sexism coming back. But they're coming from the left. And it's okay as long as you are leftist about it. It's truly terrifying to me, folks. It really is. Again, I am more than happy to have any elected politician, to have any elected Democrat, to have anyone, a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, and I'll be happy to have a conversation with any of them at any time if they think I am wrong. Let's have this discussion. Let's actually talk about this with the American people. They won't. Notice, you don't hear anyone on the left coming onto the program, leaving a comment and saying, Mike, let me explain how you've missed. Here's the article you missed. Why the number of American hostages went from 22 to 9. That we found those people, that we saved those people, because that didn't happen. No, they don't want to deal with that. Oh, or explaining why the newspapers, where's the New York Times explaining why they stopped talking about the 33 Americans that were killed? Why they stopped talking about the 5,000 Americans abandoned in Afghanistan? Why they stopped talking about this year, the 15,000 Americans in April that were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration? We're not talking about ancient history, we're talking about this year. Oh, they don't have an article about that. They just did it. You're not supposed to remember it. You're not supposed to talk about it. Remember, they're fortifying the 2024 election. And that means that everything that Joe Biden does is good. It's the best result you could have possibly had. No one could have asked for more. There are 22 hostages. You got one. Isn't that great? Joe Biden's doing such a fantastic job. Aren't you proud that Joe Biden was involved in the negotiations because out of 22 Americans, he got one? God, he's so impressive, isn't he? No. Give me again, I will say, get me the Thai government. They're effective. There were out of the 17 Thai nationals that were being tortured and abused by Hamas. 4 of them they didn't even know were prisoners. They got more people than anyone even knew existed. And they did not negotiate with Joe Biden. They made sure Joe Biden was not part of the process. And they got pretty much, I believe, all of their people home. Joe Biden got 1. There's no way to spin that. You can't spin that. I mean, the news media is spinning that, because they just like to say, oh yeah, there were 13 Israelis and 4 other nationals. No, go into detail. What nations? Give me the breakdown. Oh no, but if they did that, you might notice a trend. You might notice that nations that didn't let Joe Biden negotiate for them did better than the United States. Because Joe Biden sucks balls in a bad way. Or a good way, whatever. I don't know. Let me see. But we have gotten to the point that now things have gotten so bad, they are so crazy, that the news media is desperate. They don't want you to remember Thanksgiving. They've already tried to convince you that whatever happened on Thanksgiving, when you were watching the Thanksgiving Day parade, they've already ignored Oh yeah, there was a bunch of terrorists, pro-terrorism individuals there. Don't remember that. Don't even think about that. No, that's not important. Don't even think about the fact that there's more hostages that Joe Biden just doesn't care about. No, don't worry about that. By the way, did we mention Eric Adams is getting sued for sexual assault? Did you know that? Sexual assault, sex sells. He's a bad man. Eric Adams is just like Andrew Cuomo and every other governor of New York, like every other major politician in New York. He's a sex abuser. That's the allegation. Sexual assault. In 1993. I think I've said this before. Oh, I didn't have that on screen. So I think I've said this before. It is my firm belief that when you have someone, and let me be clear, when you have these politicians and these celebrities who suddenly, after they get in trouble, suddenly these allegations of sexual abuse pop up 20, 30, a decade after the fact. I genuinely don't believe it. I just don't think it's real. Is it possible that in 1993, Eric Adams sexually assaulted a woman? Maybe. It's possible. Wouldn't surprise me. People in positions of power, people who are high up in the Democratic Party, often seem to commit these kinds of acts. It is absolutely possible that he did. But why didn't someone come forward? It's not like they didn't have the opportunity. Oh, well, he was the commissioner of the police. Yeah, and then he ran for elected office. And if you wanted to get the attention, if you wanted to make sure that it would make an impact and you would be protected, the best time to make the announcement is the day that he says, I'm running for elected office. Hey, by the way, you're also sexually abused someone. Oh, it was only 7 years ago, less than a decade. Hey, by the way, you sexually abused me. That headline would be right next to, I'm running for elected office. And he can't touch you then. Because everyone in the news media who's following that race is now following your name. So it doesn't make sense to me. Why would you wait until after he gets elected? Until after everyone has forgotten about it over a decade? After he's already dealing with other issues and he's already being protected by the news media. He's already being protected by the political machine because he's elected in office. And then you decide that you're going to make this announcement? It sounds like someone's playing a political game, that they're trying to find ways to embarrass Eric Adams. Eric Adams has been very vocal that illegal immigration doesn't benefit anyone, that illegal immigration destroys the infrastructure of the nation and every city and state that it's involved with, that all the promises you have been given about illegal immigration are lies. He's proven that over and over again. The New York City budget proves that. The New York State budget proves that. He has made it as clear as day. And yet, he will not say, but illegal immigration is bad, that we should close the border. He still won't say that. But because he said illegal immigration doesn't work, and he showed the proof to the public, such that the news media can't hide it. They can't not report this. And everyone now knows, in black and white, looking at the numbers, illegal immigration is a problem. That no matter how many promises, no matter how many lies you've been told about it, the truth at the end of the day, the final thing is, it is bad. So Eric Adams has to get punished. Suddenly, he has the FBI investigating his 3-year-old campaign, his election campaign. Oh, you got money from, wait a minute, the FBI, the SEC. You had the finances. You had all the financial records. You could have looked at that any day you wanted to. You waited 3 years, waited until he became mayor. He's been doing his job. He takes a trip to South America. Didn't care about that, did you? The FBI didn't care that he was in South America. They didn't care that he was spending taxpayer money. They didn't care about everything else that he did until he kept talking about illegal immigration and asking and embarrassing the Biden administration as the 2024 election came up. They're trying to fortify that election. They want to make sure Joe Biden wins. They're doing the same thing they did in 2020 and 2024. A shadow cabal of tech giants, social media, news media, politicians working together to convince you that you have to vote Democrat, otherwise Orange Man bad. And Orange Man bad means the world ends. I don't know why it means that, because when we look at Trump's time in office, the economy was good. America wasn't being threatened. The world was more peaceful. I don't know why they keep saying Orange Man bad. Everything's so terrible. Things were better. Everything, every category, better. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to vote for Trump if you don't want to. But you cannot fail to acknowledge that on every single metric that you would like to choose by to look at, America was better off under Trump than they were under Obama or under Biden. That's a fact. It is factually, empirically correct. And this is why, because Eric Adams, being mayor of New York City, proves that everything was better under Trump and that Joe Biden has done nothing but fail, that Kamala Harris has done nothing but fail at every aspect of government, he has to be punished. And it wasn't enough to say, oh, we're going to go to the FBI and investigate your finances, because everyone in America thinks that every politician is corrupt. Everyone is more than willing to say, yep, you stole money. If I told you that Kamala Harris was stealing money, you'd go, yeah, not a surprise. If I went to you about Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, separate of all the other issues about finances that we have about them, and said there's another financial allegation against them, you would say, not surprised. And I can name any Republican I want, and you'd say the same thing. Not surprised. Why? Because politicians are corrupt. That's what everyone agrees on. And so saying that there's another financial crisis, another bit of corruption dealing with finances, that didn't impress anyone. But sexual abuse, Me Too, that works, especially in New York State, especially in New York City, the progressive capital of the East Coast. That will get headlines. That will get attention. This is made up. In my opinion, this is made up. Could it have happened? Maybe. Probably. Probably did. Many politicians are more than happy to take advantage of women and their power. Probably did happen. And no one cared. And the only reason why you're finding out about it today is not for justice. It's not because of Me Too. It's not to protect women. It's not because of progressive politics working. It's because Eric Adams is an example. Stay on the reservation, shut up, keep your head down. Don't believe me? Remember, what did Eric Johnson, the mayor of Dallas, say? What did State Representative Maynor out of Georgia say? What have we heard from every one of the Democrats that have switched parties? What did we hear from them? Oh, the Democratic Party wants you to keep your head down, shut up, and do as you're told. You are a parrot. You are not meant to think or have an opinion. You're supposed to push the party message. Every single Democrat that has switched from everyone who was a Democrat and became a Republican have all said the same thing. The reason why you don't hear about it is there is an effort to fortify the next election. And the news media, which is comprised of people who went to Harvard, who went to Columbia, who went to Cornell University, these journalists, so-called journalists, who went to these schools, who got indoctrinated in these ideologies, have a bias. They don't want to talk about that. And that's why it works. Hey, Cool Roy, by the way. Cool Roy's with us. Cool Roy joined in. Thank you, Cool Roy, for your comments there. And Cool Roy says, because Democrats are living in a make-believe fairy world. They truly, absolutely are. We see more and more evidence of it. Oh no, Kamala Harris is doing a great job. Really, how many illegal aliens came into America after March of 2021? What? Mike, why would you say March of 2021? That's when she became the illegal immigration czar. She was supposed to protect our borders. How many illegal aliens came into America after that? The number is 8 million. I don't think she's doing her job very well. Pretty simple. Gee, but Joe Biden's doing fantastic. Really, how much inflation is affecting America right now? 24%? More than in the last 40 years? Oh, but inflation's down. No, inflation is up. The inflation rate when Joe Biden got in is up 50%. We have 50% more inflation today than the day Joe Biden took over. That means inflation is up. If you want to say it's not at peak, I didn't say it was at the peak. I said inflation is up. Do you notice how they're playing with the words? Oh, inflation is down from the peak. They left out from the peak. Because if they say, oh, under Joe Biden, inflation is up. That's it. The empirical, absolute, 100% mathematical fact is inflation is up under Joe Biden. It is down from the peak, but up under Joe Biden. That is the fact. Oh, they're manipulating. Why? Because they're dropping out the words. Oh, you didn't need to know about from the peak. That's not important. It's down. That's all you need to know. It's down. So go vote him back in. Let's do more of this. Let's have more inflation. Let's have more of a food crisis. Let's have more countries capture our people, torture them, rape them, kill them, and have no consequence for it whatsoever. Because that might work. Look how well it's working for gun control. We take all the guns from the citizens and look, more crime. Isn't that what you wanted? Dow says leftists live in the world only because they believe they hold the exclusive path to ideological utopia, a philosophy shared by proponents of communism and feudalism before that. It's true. They absolutely, this is why they always tell you, you have to have their feeling. They have a feeling. You're supposed to have that same feeling. Why? You have your own feelings. You don't need their feelings. Why do I have to adopt their feelings? Why do I have to see the world from their point of view? Why can't they take a look at my point of view? Why can't they have my feelings? Because they're superior. They are elitists. You are a peasant. You're a peon. You're supposed to do what they say. You're supposed to obey. That's the problem. That's the core. That is at the core of the Democratic Socialists of America, of Antifa, of progressive leaders of tomorrow. This is their core. You're supposed to obey. They're the ones you're supposed to obey. Cool Roy says, isn't it too precious that these make-believe Americans are making believe that Biden is a great president? Biden sucks. Biden is horrible. Again, look at all the ways that he sucks. And most notably, most impressively, most importantly, perhaps, at this moment, and has been, is look at his record in terms of protecting America, in terms of protecting Americans. The number one job of a government, any government, I don't care what kind of government you have, their one job, their first and primary job is to protect the people, their people. I don't care if you're a communist. I don't care if you're a dictatorship. I don't care if you're completely democratic or representative democracy. Your first job is to protect your people. First and foremost, how has Joe Biden done on that absolutely essential and primary job? 5,000 Americans abandoned in Afghanistan, and they're being tortured as we speak. 10,000 Americans abandoned in the Ukraine. We don't know what the hell happened to them. We have 15,000 Americans in the Sudan. We don't know what the hell happened to them. We've got unknown numbers of Americans that were murdered and taken hostage by a terrorist organization called Hamas. And we've got one of them back, and we are told that half of them just stopped existing. I'm sorry, folks. That's so aggravating. I know. I've gone over it more than once in this show. Folks, I'm trying to reach the people that don't normally watch the show. People that don't normally get to find this out. They don't get to hear this. Your friends and neighbors don't hear this. No one is telling them this. Please let them watch this entire show. Let them go through the entire list of the links. Let them go through it on their own. All the left-leaning media that have provided all the information I'm talking about today, they don't know this. You know what's happening to our schools. You know what's happening with the food crisis, what's happening with inflation. You know what's happening with Americans being abandoned around the world. You know how we see groups like Iran trying to find more ways to attack Americans and to destroy our nation. I get it. You know this. But you know who doesn't? Your neighbors, your friends, your coworkers, your boss. The overwhelming majority of Americans. They're watching the housewives of wherever the hell. They're watching some football game right now, and their team is winning or losing, and they're getting drunk. That's it. That's what they know. What they don't know is all of this information that affects them every single day. You get to hear it all the time. Oh, but Mike, I don't pay attention to politics. Well, politics is paying attention to you. I'm not involved in politics, but yet politics is affecting everything in your life, from what TV show you can watch to how much money you have to afford to go and see that movie, that TV show, that sports game. It's everything. And they don't know anything about it. By the way, this is a good moment to mention, if you have not, please like, subscribe, and share. It is vital to this program. It keeps us alive. It helps us to do things like to get the computer fixed. It helps us to get a second computer screen. It helps us to keep the lights on or to get a studio, to keep myself fed. Because God knows, it can't be all on sister. We ask you to like, share, subscribe. To break that algorithm that says only approved messages like the Midas Touch Network, a super PAC, they're the only ones who get to tell you about the news. I'm sorry, I don't have their money, and I shouldn't have to. News isn't about the political agenda, it's about the truth. So I need you to like, share, and subscribe. And if you can, if you want to, I know money's tight, $1.50 to join our Patreon, because look, we've been on for 2 hours, 3 hours. That's watching, God, that's like watching the Marvels twice. Why would you do that to yourself? But you could have. You could have tortured yourself and watched the Marvels twice. You could have tortured yourself and watched the entire series of She-Hulk. And that would have cost you way more money than watching this show. As a member of our Patreon, that's $1.50 a month. And you could have watched 2 seasons of Disney politics in the same time in just one day. And it would have cost you 5-10 times more money. You know what? It's a deal. Of course, you can always donate to Patreon, to PayPal if you want. Any amount, it's up to you. If you don't want to pay $1.50 a month, it's up to you. But at the end of the day, really, it's just like, share, subscribe. That's all we ever ask for. Let me see where we left off in terms of the comments, because I love the comments. I love to hear your voices, folks. I really do. Even if you don't agree with me. Never feel like you can't say, Mike, I don't agree. That's okay. Tell me why. Let's see. We see Miss K. Miss K is back. Where you been, Miss K? I haven't seen you for a while. I know things are a little crazy down under. We were talking about New Zealand earlier in the show. How you doing? Did the government in New Zealand, did they take you and put you onto one of those medical reserves? Don't let them do that. Coolroy mentions that many of these younger leftist progressives, they grew up playing video games. They have no real life experiences. Well, to be fair, I play video games too. I mean, I grew up with video games. I remember the Atari 2400. I remember when it was just an Atari. I remember Pong. I'm sure some people in the audience will be like, I know what that is. Yeah, so I remember all that. I grew up with video games myself, but there was a different emphasis in going out into the real world and doing things. I mean, I'm a Marine. I go and do journalism. I've interviewed, members of Congress. I've gone out to cover presidential events. I've run for elected office. I've been in the military. I've lived overseas. I've lived across the country. You do things with your life, and you play video games in between. That's the way it's supposed to be. So I don't knock the kids for playing the video games. I knock the kids for thinking that they are entitled to just play the video games, that they're entitled to not pay attention to the details, that they are entitled to have someone else make the decisions for their life. That's the problem. There's where I'm upset. Not that they're playing the video game, but they think that they are entitled to just do that. That's the problem. And yes, they do need life experiences. And I'm sad. It's sad because when these kids get life experiences, they're not going to like them. Because life experiences don't care how you feel. Life experiences don't care what your truth is. And more importantly, most of the people in the world don't care about you. Overwhelmingly, the people in the world don't care about you. And a lot of these snowflakes are going to be shocked by those three revelations. I feel bad for them on that. Dow says, to clarify my statement, Dow says that the mandate of the government is to protect the people and their well-being by securing their exercise of inalienable or unalienable rights and the individual liberty from external infringements, which is true, and that is exactly correct. That is the quote of it. Am I bastardizing it a little bit by saying the first and primary purpose of a country is to protect its people? Yes. But again, I'm maybe, and sadly, dumbing it down a little bit because I have an audience of people who aren't from America. Many of the people who are on the left that watch the show aren't as well educated about these things. They don't know that this is what the United States government has said as its founding documentation, its purpose, or the purpose of governments in general. And so, please forgive me if I say the number one purpose of a government is to protect its people, because that protection isn't just physical, although that is a component. It is also protecting their individuality, their ability to have agency in their lives, to be able to make their own decisions, to make their own choices, to fail or succeed on their own. Government isn't there to do all that for you. It's there to make sure that you can do it for yourself. So that's what I mean when I say government's first priority is to protect the people. There is the physical component, which may be abroad or domestic, but there's the other aspects too. They're all in that. So yes, you are correct, Dow. And that clarification, that expansion on my idea is correct. I do not disagree with you. User has been banned says, do they even have $5 beers at bars anymore in New York now? The Belmar if you happen to be in Broome County, in the city of Binghamton, my good friend Ed owns the Belmar bar. Belmar. And I used to go there infrequently. I know the owner, that is Ed. And he has beers that are less than $5. Outside of that, If you went downtown Binghamton, you're spending about $7 a beer. If you go anywhere in New York City, you're spending like $10, $12 a beer. It's ridiculous. The inflation is unnecessary, and I think that kind of highlights it. You're in Binghamton, which is a less progressive part of New York State. Not that it isn't progressive, but it's less progressive than, say, New York City. And it's less expensive. It's about 2/3, 66% less expensive to live in Binghamton, New York than to live in New York City. That's the same state. It's 3.5 hours distance. You could drive from Binghamton to New York in 3.5 hours. And the price difference is 66%. Why? Because New York City has to pay for illegal aliens to sleep in a 3-star or 4-star hotel. Because New York City has to punish the citizens for defending themselves in the subways. That's why. Because of the progressive policies that are running rampant in New York City that aren't, to the same degree, in upstate New York. And that's the big difference. Ms. K says, she said hello to everyone in the chat as well as everyone watching the show. She's pissed off at the government down in Australia. And the government in Australia needs a neuropsychiatrist. That's a tougher word to say than you may think, folks. Neuropsychiatrist. That's a tough word. Anyway. Well, that's funny. And I have seen some things about what's been going down in Australia. Mostly I've been focusing on the buildup of the nuclear submarines there in conjunction with America and France to thwart China and their expansion and throughout the South Pacific. That's been the biggest focus for me, which should be done in 2028, just about the same time that China is going to be invading, in my belief, invading Taiwan. Dow goes on to say, I only clarify that he's clarifying his position or my statement because government could justify protecting the well-being of the people by dominating them for their own protection. Well, we see that a lot. What is it? I think it was that TV show. It was called I Am Mother, which did this in a sci-fi kind of way. And we've seen this in sci-fi movies before, where the machines, what's his name? Not Chris Rock. Will Smith. The Will Smith version of I Am Legend. And what was the whole purpose of all the robots that were running around? The AI had made the decision that they needed to protect humans by making humans obey them, that they wanted to turn humans into slaves so that they could protect them from everything. And as long as you obeyed, you were fine, but you couldn't do anything. You were going to be stuck in your house forever, not doing anything, and the robot would do everything. You'd just sit there and rot and die. And we've seen that theory and that idea in many, many stories, and it's a pervasive fear in the human psyche. It has nothing to do with being American or left or right. It is something that we have seen writers, especially science fiction writers, have been terrified of this. For Luddites and those who are pro-technology have been speaking about this for decades upon decades. At least half a century, have been talking, maybe even more. Metropolis, the movie Metropolis, also deals with this, where you lose your individuality, you lose your sense of self, your agency, you lose everything to the government. The government, and this is socialism, this is communism at its end. The government is making every decision for you. You get no more than what the government has decided you deserve. No more. You get no other choices than what the government has decided they're going to give you. And they say, well, that's because it's good for you. It's one of the reasons why now New York State can come and take you and say, you're not healthy. Come with us. Well, how do you know that? Because they decided that. Because they're going to protect you by taking away your life, taking away your possessions, taking you physically and isolating you, ostracizing you, physically locking you down, making you a prisoner for your own good. That's the law in New York State now. That is a law that they can literally, without any documentation, without any proof, just merely for making the statement, for your safety, for your health and safety, we're going to isolate you and throw you in a detention, medical detention. That's a law. That's a law in New York State. It's terrifying. So I do understand that fear of government is here. Ronald Reagan made the famous saying, the worst things you could possibly hear is, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Terrifying words. Terrifying because it always fails. And we've seen that over and over again. And I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, you can be Green Party for all I care. We've all seen the government always screw up everything. There is no department of government that runs properly and is effective. None of them. Not even the IRS. And they are really good at stealing your money. And even the IRS is screwed up all over the place. Look at Lois Lerner. Look what happened with her in 2015, 2016. It's terrifying. Yeah, I have a long memory. I remember stuff going back 50 years ago. I remember stuff from a decade ago. And the news media wants you to forget all these things. They want you to not remember these things. They want you to think only about today, today's headline, today's news. Well, let's deal, again, today's headlines, today's news. Eric Adams is a bad guy because 10 years ago, he might have, maybe, kind of, sort of, committed sexual assault, which 10 years ago would have had a different definition than it does today. But he might have, kind of, sort of, committed sexual assault 10 years ago. So you don't support him anymore. In the meantime, Eric Adams is factually, empirically correct, given any time frame that you would look at it, that illegal aliens are bankrupting New York City and New York State. There's your headline. It is in the headlines that they don't want you to pay attention to. But again, focus on the headlines. Well, students in a high school are threatening and coercing their teacher because their teacher is presenting a lesson to them they don't like. A lesson that the government told them they shouldn't like. Not that it's a bad lesson, not that it isn't a lesson they can choose or they could choose to ignore. No. They are threatening and coercing their teacher because that teacher dared to give them an opinion that wasn't already approved of. I know, you're looking at this and going, Mike, but I saw that headline of what you showed about Queens. That's not what it said. No, I'm actually paying attention to what it is. Not what the media wants me to think about it. What is it saying? What's actually happening with Eric Adams? Going beyond the headline and actually understanding, given the facts, here's the facts. Do you understand how that applies to our world right now? Joe Biden is more than happy to tell you, I saved a 4-year-old. Without telling you that he saved the 4-year-old because their parents were made orphans, that child was tortured, that he saved this child and threw away, it seems, 11 other people's lives. And that's a tough choice. And if that was the only choice, that one 4-year-old girl versus 11 other Americans, would I have picked the 4-year-old girl? Probably. But that's a tough choice. And if that was the choice, I can respect that a leader would say, I can only save this 4-year-old girl by abandoning 11 other Americans, turning around to every news media conglomerate out there, MSNBC, CNN, Times, ABC, CBS, and telling them, hey guys, look, I have a horrible, horrendous choice to make. I can save a 4-year-old child who has been made an orphan and has been tortured, or I can save 11 other Americans. Most of them are grown. They've lived their life. Maybe they have children as well. They're adults. Or I can save that one child. And I'm going to pick the child. I think that's the best choice. That child has a future that is wide open. We can help her. We can save her. I think that's the right thing to do. And I'm going to have to sacrifice 11 Americans for that. Do me a favor. Don't write about them anymore. Stop talking about those 11 Americans. They don't exist anymore. Can you do that for me? If that was the deal that Joe Biden and the Biden administration made, I could respect that, and I would rather you told the American people that. Because I think if you told the American people that scenario, we would appreciate it. We would say, yeah, I understand that compromise. Some of them will say, no, those 11 people, they're important. More important than any one individual, maybe. And you'll have some of that division, but I think the overwhelming majority of Americans will say, no, I save that child. Save the 4-year-old and try and save her innocence. Go for it. We support you in that. Americans would have supported that. But see, the reason why he didn't say that, the reason why we don't know that, is because, well, at the same time, he would have to also say, and Hamas is evil. Hamas made that child an orphan. Hamas killed everyone around that child, torturing her, just destroying her life. Hamas took that child and used her as a human shield. And God forbid Hamas tortured and perhaps even sexually abused that child as well. He would have to come out and denounce and demonize the terrorist organization of Hamas and everyone who funds that terror, Iran. He would have to strongly stand up and defend the world versus Hamas and Iran. He would have to have balls and be a leader. And he's not. Which is why he's not standing up strongly against Iran or Hamas. And he's not telling the world about why those 11 Americans disappeared, even though they're hostages. Perhaps that's the way to explain it. Wow, time goes by fast when I'm talking with you guys. You know that? Oh, I didn't get to share this. Let me share this with everybody. Hang on. Some fun news. Fun news. There is, give me a second. Come on. You stupid computer. Come on. There it is. Did it catch up? No, it did not. Hang on. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. I got a computer that's not working with me on these things. There we go. So, here's another wonderful gift brought to you, the taxpayer, by the pro-Hamas movement, by the Democratic Socialists of America, Antifa, the far left. This is a gift to you. Not only did they disrupt your Thanksgiving, not only did they try and support terror, not only have they promoted the abuse of women, no. They also defaced the New York Public Library, which is going to cost all the taxpayers. It is so expensive that the New York Library will no longer operate on Sundays. See, we had a chance. There was an option for them to continue to have the New York Public Library open on Sundays, even though it was eventually going to have to close because of illegal aliens. But now that they graffitied and they were pro-Palestine all over, graffiti all over there, red paint, Israel is evil, red paint, red paint, red paint. And because of all of this destruction of property, your public property that you pay for in taxes, because you have to have more taxes to pay for it, and there isn't any, New York State Library, New York City Library is going to shut down. They're shutting down their Sundays. They're taking away the ability for you to gain knowledge. You lost knowledge. They just literally, the pro-Hamas movement, the leftist socialists in America just made you dumber because they denied you access to knowledge. They removed your ability to improve the quality of your life. And you say, Mike, but wait a minute, Mike, you're being hyperbolic there, Mike. Just because the library is closed? Yes, because the library is closed, which means Sunday, a day that almost most people don't work, a free day for people to go and educate themselves, whether it's about carpentry or calculus or anything else you could imagine. They had the opportunity to learn, to educate themselves, to innovate, to be able to expand their minds and to go to somewhere we haven't been before as a people. Will everyone do that? No. But some people will, even if it's a handful. Maybe it's that one stripper who's trying to become a lawyer. Maybe it's that one mom who's trying to get through nursing, or a student who's trying to get better grades so they can graduate and go to a better college. Someone who's trying to learn coding. Whatever the reason, that was a day that hundreds, perhaps thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of people had an opportunity to better their lives, as well as all the children that had the opportunity to entertain themselves, to take themselves away from perhaps the horrors of their life. Maybe they're living in poverty. Maybe they're living with the parents with addictions. Maybe they're being pressured by gangs, and their way to escape is they're in the library the day. The gang can't try and convince them to join them. They're in the library. And you don't have that opportunity anymore. And in part, the reason why you lost the opportunity to increase your education, to improve the quality of your life, is because of the progressive movement to open the borders and allow illegal aliens to flood so much that it's destroying our infrastructure, and because those same progressives decided that you should support global terror and genocide. So they destroyed your property, the public property. I know. Nobody in the mainstream media is going to phrase it that way. Nobody in the mainstream media is going to tell you the truth. But stop and think about it for a moment. The more often libraries are closed, the less people have an opportunity to improve their lives. That is a direct fact. Whether the quality of life is just escapism from the horrors of everyday life, or the improvement of their ability to make money and do work. Whatever it is, the less libraries are open, public libraries are open, the less people get to improve their lives. And the reason why the library is closed is because the leftists are destroying your life. They have broken the infrastructure. They are trying to manage your life. They're micromanaging the choices you get to make. They're slapping you both sides of the face. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way I see these things. Maybe there's some leftists out there. Maybe there's a member of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. There's Indivisible New York. There's a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, this is your city. This is part of your constituents are being hurt by this, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. How about Jamal Bowman? Mr. Bowman, Representative Bowman, these are your constituents who are losing the opportunity to improve their lives. Or do you think I am wrong? Hakeem Jeffries, please tell me, am I wrong? These are your constituents. These are the people in your city. They are losing the opportunities to improve their lives. Am I wrong? Please tell me how this is going to make things better for your constituents, for your Americans, for tourists who are visiting New York City. Let's go through it. Gee, the New York City Public Library, which is famous internationally. It is a tourist spot. It brings money into New York City for people to be able to go there and to walk around. It is a money generator. And you just shut it down. You've taken away the ability for people to improve their lives through knowledge and experience and quality, and now you're taking away the ability of the city and the state to make money. How is this a good thing? How is this worth the trade-off of supporting genocide and having our lives micromanaged? I am pretty sure that there will not be a member of the far left that will respond to that. Hey, Ed Z is here. Ed Z mentions that everyone I mentioned in that description talking about the New York Public Library is a leftist puppet. I can't say you're wrong. I can't say you're wrong, Ed. I mean, and everyone that I mentioned, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jamal Bowman, Hakeem Jeffries, surprisingly, they're all members of the Progressive Caucus. Are you shocked? They are the most ineffective members of Congress, and they're all progressives. Shocking. So I agree with you, Ed. I really do. And by the way, thank you for being here with us. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I think I mentioned that to a few people, but if I had not earlier in the show, I did want to mention that. Let me see. There was what else I wanted to do. So we've talked about the Palestinian refugees. We've talked about Hamas. As I said earlier in the program, there are, as I mentioned earlier, in the description, there are links to far more articles than I'm talking about right here at this moment that either go into further detail and further detail about the stories that we're talking about here together, or additional subjects that I haven't had the time to get into at this moment. But I did want to also bring up something else, because we see, so the progressive movement is destroying itself and taking down you with it, both on the level of individually and as a society, and we are seeing this in various aspects. But remember something that we have said a long time. Remember when you heard all the people say, you can keep your doctor. Remember Obamacare. Let's go back in time. Again, this channel has a long memory, not just for this year, not just since Joe Biden's been in office. We go back decades. We remember the things that they want you to forget. Do you remember Obamacare, which is now in existence? Obamacare, which you are paying for heftily. Obamacare, that has not lowered the cost of health care for anyone in America. One of the key promises why it was put in place. It's going to lower down the cost of health care for everyone. It didn't. It was going to make sure that everyone in America had health insurance. They don't. Over 25 million Americans still don't have health insurance. So it failed at everything it was promised to do. Everything that it attempted to do, it failed at. That's Obamacare. And now, one of the key things, one of the ways they pushed this through Congress, they blackmailed members, made backroom deals, made exceptions and carve-outs for company after company, and paid billions to the insurance companies to get Obamacare passed. And remember, you get to keep your doctor. Obamacare was going to increase the number of doctors and nurses, and you would be able to keep your doctor with Obamacare. That was the lie of 2000. That was the biggest lie of 2013. No, you can't. And here it is, 10 years later, and now they're telling you, they're not even going to promise you. They're not even going to make the lie that you can keep your doctor. We know it's a lie. It's been proven to be a lie. It's been proven that they knew. Kirsten Gillibrand, when she showed up on ABC News in 2010 and 2011 and said, hey, you can keep your doctor, was lying to your face. She lied to her constituents, and she knew it. She lied to your face and told you something she factually, absolutely, in black and white, knew was not true. Like many other Democrats, like Obama did 20 times. 20 times, President Obama said, you could keep your doctor, and knew it was a lie. Not true. They're not even going to give you that lie anymore. Now, the fact is, as we can see, I think I got it here. Yep. What we can find out, and did I highlight it? I did. No, of course not. I thought I had to highlight it. I believe it's right. I believe it's right there in the story. Now we don't have enough doctors and nurses. See, when they redid healthcare and made it worse, it is now worse and harder for you to get healthcare. The quality of healthcare in America has gone down since Obamacare came into place, and it is more expensive. And doctors who are part of the Obamacare system are overworked. So they get paid less money, they have more work, more responsibility. Everyone who was going to medical school saw that and said, it's not worth it. The doctors who were doing that said it's not worth it. And now we have a shortage. And then they got to see 2020. And in 2021, we got to see people like Governor Kathy Hochul as she turned on all the doctors. Even for the doctors that remained, after they found out they were going to be overworked, they were going to be underpaid, that the system was not helping them in any way, shape, or form, then we went through 2020 and into 2021, and those doctors who were on the front lines, who were told they were heroes, got fired by the tens of thousands. Remember Kathy Hochul fired 34,000 doctors a year ago? 2022, she fired 34,000 doctors. Why did she do that? Because they didn't do what she said. They didn't get the jab, and which is illegal. New York City has already lost in courtrooms for that very same reason. You can't mandate that. No, but Kathy Hochul did, and she fired 34,000. And we have a shortage of doctors and nurses as we speak, not just in New York State, in the nation. Over 1.8 million doctors short. We need, and basically we need 2 million new doctors just to catch up to the pace we have right now. That's not counting what we're going to need in the future. And we're not going to hit that number. We're not even getting close to that number. In fact, we're falling the other way. We're losing doctors and nurses. Why? No one wants to deal with the overload of work. It's not enough money for the headache. Too many restrictions from the government. The government keeps stepping on the doctor's toes, on the nurse's toes. the Obamacare keeps stepping on people's ability to give quality care, to give them a quality of life. News media doesn't want to talk about these things. Nobody in the news media really wants to tell you about this. They don't want you to realize how the government not only screwed up originally, but they're continuing to screw up and screw you over. But you're not supposed to talk about that. Oh, it's happening, and they reported it, but you're not supposed to read that. You're not actually supposed to pay attention. You're not supposed to understand that the cause of this problem happened 10 years ago. That the problems, the obvious issues that we complained about 10 years ago, well, they have consequences. And that consequence is coming together today. The decisions we made 3 years ago, they have consequences. We're feeling that today. And that means that while you still have Obamacare, and they're now talking about single payer to make you have the same quality of care as the VA, Veterans Administration, which has failed veterans for decades in America. I feel bad for Americans if you decide to get single payer like the Veterans Administration. You will be screwed. They're trying to make it even worse for you, and you're not supposed to pay attention and notice how bad they are screwing you. I don't know. Am I not making this clear? This is coming straight from the left. This is left-leaning news media. This is sources from the government itself. These are the promises the politicians on the left have made to you. No one on the right told you that you are going to get, that you would be able to keep your doctor and have Obamacare. No one told you that because it was a lie. No one on the right told you that Obamacare was going to save you money because everyone knew it wouldn't. Nobody told any of the kids coming up to be doctors that they would be able to have less work, that they would have less of a pace, and that they would get paid more money, because all of those things would be a lie. No one told them that. But you, sitting at home right now, you were told all that, and they lied to you, to your face. How many times can the left lie to you, to your face, and you just forget about it? How many times can they take advantage of you not remembering to get reelected and never have to change anything? They don't have to improve Obamacare. You won't remember it was their fault in the first place. You won't remember why we have the problem today. Why don't we have enough doctors? Well, in part because of Obamacare. What? Really? In 5 years, tell me if that's still the case. Why do we have to wait 5 years? We know that's the case now. We've already waited 10 years, and we know it didn't work. It's failed. So let's keep going down that same path, make it worse. Why would we do that? Well, my politician has a really good ad, and they said, healthcare should be free. Yes, so is Obamacare, and it sucks. It doesn't work. It is horrendous, and it has made the system even worse for poor people. And you want more of that? Yeah, but did you see the ad? The ad looked really good. Come on, folks. Ed says, Hochul has been progressively destroying New York State from medical mandates, ridiculous energy mandates, threats about online social statements now, threats if you don't agree with her medical position. Well, yes, it's not the first time that we are going to consistently see this. She has taken the ability to abuse her position, executive power, mandates. Notice, mandate. Why do they do so many mandates? Why do they have to use emergency powers? Why do they do these things? Because if they tried to just present it to the public, no one would agree with this. No one would let them do this. Eventually, someone would stop and do the math. Someone would stop and say, wait a minute, that means you could just throw me in facility for any reason. Red flag laws. You can just come and take my property for any reason. No laws are broken. No one's in danger just because you said so. The corruption has been mounting at a pace, and I know Andrew Cuomo was a king. He was a king of corruption, and Kathy Hochul is making him look stupid. Kathy Hochul, in comparison to the corruption of Andrew Cuomo, is making Andrew Cuomo look like he didn't do any corruption, and he was the king of corruption. Ed says that Kathy Hochul is using Orwell's 1984 as a handbook combined with Mao's Little Red Book. New York is now a gulag. In many ways, I'd have to say you're right, Ed. In many ways, I'd have to say you're right. I mean, look at how we deal with medicine. Look at what we're doing with illegal aliens. Literally, being a citizen is the worst thing. If you are an illegal alien, you have the ability to tap into more money for free. You don't pay taxes. You're going to get $60,000. You're going to get a hotel room. You're going to get free food. You have preference on being able to move. And in fact, and if you get bored with New York City, after all of that, New York State will give you a check to go anywhere else in the world. This is a fact. Your taxes right now are paying for some illegal alien to travel into Morocco. Somebody's going to Morocco because of your tax dollars. There is somebody who is flying to Paris right now because of your tax dollars. There is someone that is flying to Hawaii right now because of your taxes. That's what New York State is doing. They invited the illegal aliens into our state, and they have so many of them, and it is breaking the system so hard that they think it's more cost effective to buy a one-way ticket to anywhere in the world outside of New York. They will send them anywhere, not just to the Grand Canyon, not just over to California or Hollywood. They'll send them to Hawaii. They'll send them to Tokyo. They'll send them over to Lisbon. They will send them anywhere and everywhere in the world one way because it's cheap. They think that's cheaper. Now, is that spreading the problem to everyone else? Absolutely. Oh, where are most of the illegal aliens asking to go? Kansas. They're going to where the food is. They're going to where the temperature is good. They're taking a one-way trip to go into the center of the United States and get more. Because you can't say, I don't want illegal aliens here. Well, then you're a sexist, you're a racist, you're an ist, you're a foe. How could you not want more people breaking our law? What kind of evil MAGA person are you? You don't want to let these people break our laws because of the color of their skin. No, I just don't want them to break our laws because it's a crime. Full stop. It's a crime. I don't want you to commit crime in my country. I don't want you to enter my country committing a crime and expect me, feel entitled that I'm going to spend more of my money that I don't have on their quality of life. Sorry, get out my country. I have no problem with saying that. Get out my country. Oh, but it's a refugee. Great. Go back to your country, go through the 18-month vetting period, and then let's talk about whether or not you get to come in. I'm not obligated to give you my money, my country, or anything. So yes, it is more and more like a gulag. You are right, Ed. I agree with you. It's horrendous. Let me see. But I just wanted to bring up the fact that, yep, in terms of medication, in terms of medical care, yep, it's going down. What we told you about Obamacare in 2013, what we told you about it in 2010, 2011, 2012, I covered it all then. I wrote articles about it. Yeah, we were right. 10 years later. Yep, still true, still correct, still a problem, still not fixed. Democrats have had 10 years to fix it. It's still broken. Tells you something about that. Let's see. We've talked a lot about Hamas and Israel and the hostages today. As well we should. I think the last thing I want to talk about, we'll see, is 2024 election, which we have kind of covered here before. And I want to try and address that a little bit better. And again, folks, in the description, whether it's on, after this show is done, we're going to post everything onto Rumble. It'll be there as well. The links for everything we have discussed, as well as what we have shown and what we haven't shown on the screen, will be in the description. So you always have the ability to go and see for yourself things we are citing, besides the ones that we have right here. I wanted to point out, is this the right one? Is the right article? Yes. So we hear one of the big problems right now, as we get closer to 2024, is we've been hearing, oh, but there's a problem with voting. The problem with voting is people aren't voting. Voter apathy is the biggest problem for voting. And people will tell you, well, it's because black people don't vote because someone's stopping them from voting. That's a lie. That's just flat out absolutely a lie. Yes, I know Stacey Abrams loves to say, black people can't vote in America because, racism. Lie. Black people are registered to vote just about as much as any other group. They go out and vote about as much as any other group. Anyone in America who is an American citizen, keyword citizen, and wants to vote, can vote, other than convicted felons, because they're convicted felons. It's part of the condition. You broke the law. You knew the penalty, in part, was you don't get to vote anymore. So other than felons who committed heinous crimes and therefore gave up their right to vote, American citizens, regardless of color or gender or sexual preference, can vote in their elections. No one's stopping you. And people do. So the problem isn't your gender, your sex, your race, your religious beliefs. Political ideology, maybe. We have seen a lot of people on the left make it harder for people on the right to go and vote. Because it's kind of like Iran and the Middle East. Israel and the Middle East. Republicans are, in a way, kind of like Israel. Republicans will make deals with Democrats and the far left. The far left and Democrats won't make a deal with Republicans. Israel will make deals and try and live with Hezbollah and all the terrorists and the Middle East. But the Middle Eastern terrorists won't try and live with Israel. It's very much the same system. Same thing that we have here in American politics. So you hear about, oh, well, people can't vote. Yes, they can. No one is running around America saying, I could not vote. You really, please show me the articles of that. You really don't have that. I can show you court cases where people had the vote changed on them. The counting system has changed. The way that people are registered has changed. We have allowed illegal aliens to vote in our elections. That's changed. And they are also changing the way they're going to count. So going forward, in this entire article, which comes from Politico, so again, the left is telling you this. This isn't right-leaning. This is not from Fox. This is from the left. And they're telling you, get ready for 2024 because they are going to change the voting system again. They're going to change the way they count the votes again. And in particular, the votes they are most concerned about changing are going to be mail-in ballots. Their job is to change the way to count those votes. And what they're going to do, and I think it's kind of interesting, is they're going to change the number of votes. They're going to change the way they count the votes so that they can get faster answers. See, their problem is we couldn't give you an answer fast enough so you didn't trust us. So now we're going to give you a fast answer. That's not the problem. The problem was people wanted to verify the answer we got. They're like, we just need to count faster. That's the problem. We need to count faster, and if we count fast enough, everyone will be happy. No. No, the problem is people don't trust the count, not how fast the count is. See, this is once again Democrats missing the boat completely on the problem. They think the problem is, oh, we didn't get a number fast enough. No, the problem is the math didn't make sense. Now, I will give them this. In the article from Politico, they do address the fact that they are going to try something like, one of the ideas is at midnight, if they haven't finished counting everything, they're going to give the public a number. And they're going to say, this is how many more votes we have to count. So, if this is correct, and if the changes are correct, in November of 2024, at midnight, you're going to get a count. And it's going to say, we counted 13 million votes, and we've got 5 million more votes to go. So the final number should be 18 million. If they come out with 19 million or 17 million, you know something went wrong. But that's not exactly what they're saying they're going to do. That would be good, but that's not exactly what they're saying they're going to do because they can't really do that. See, the problem is they don't know how many votes they're supposed to be counting. You can't tell me, well, I think we have 7 million more to go through, but we don't know how many votes we have. You can tell me, oh, but we collected 7 million. Did you count all the mail-in ballots? How about the military ballots? Did you take into account the duplication, the number of ballots that were in error? So 7 million may not actually be 7 million, might actually be 5 million. But you're putting up, but here's the thing, you just made an announcement that there's 7 million. The final tally is going to tell me, oh, well, that's not right. So now if your answer is, well, we made people feel more secure, now you just didn't. Because people are going to go, the math doesn't work. The numbers don't add up. And now you just added to the distrust and the more apathy people will have for voting because the math won't be right. The math will be screwed up. Guaranteed. This is guaranteed to happen. They're going to screw up the math. People are going to look at the math and go, that doesn't add up. Something is wrong. It also doesn't address something else. Okay, you're going to say at midnight, we had 10 million votes counted. We've got 5 million more votes to go. Isn't that great? And at the end of the day, next morning, there are 15 million votes and 15 million votes were counted. Fantastic. Yeah, how many of those votes were by illegal aliens? You counted the votes. I understand. You went through and counted every single vote. What about the votes that were made by illegal aliens? How many were there? Because they weren't supposed to be counted. But you counted them anyway. Fantastic. How about not just those votes, which is a problem. How about people who are in New York State? There are 500,000 people, 50,000 people, according to the New York Citizens audit for the vote. Some 56,000 people who are homeless voted in elections, which is illegal because we don't know who these people are. We can't verify who these people are. You need a house. You need a residence to vote. So these people walked in off the street, could be an illegal alien, could be a spy, could be anyone, came in and said, I'm voting. And they said, okay, vote. How many of those votes? In New York State, that's 56,000 votes. That's enough to change almost every election in the state. Almost every election, whether it's presidential, whether it's congressional, Senate, almost every race can be changed by 56,000 votes. That's how many illegal votes were made in New York. That's a lot. And you're going to count those too. Remember, they're worried about speed, not accuracy, not the quality of the content, just the content itself. We need a lot of content. It's kind of like Disney. Oh, we just need another Marvel film. We need another Star Wars film. We just need more, more, more. And don't worry about the quality, even if it sucks. As long as we keep throwing more Marvel films at people, we throw more Disney, Star Wars films at people, eventually they will make us money. People will just go and watch it just because. And then we get to see Ms. Marvel. We get to see Doctor Strange 2, Ant-Man 3. We get to see The Last Jedi, Solo. We get to see Rise of Skywalker, the next Rey movie. We see failure after failure after failure. Because it's not about how much, the quantity of content, it's about the quality. And the plan for the fortification of 2024 isn't addressing the quality of the votes that are being made, just the quantity of votes. That should scare people. Dow says, I liken it more to Hochul living up to the Empire State, living it up to the, I like it more to, hoping for some sort of feudalism mixed with Soviet-style population controls. I don't trust Kathy Hochul at all. But I think this is important for people to understand that this is now the future going forward. In talking about 2024, the fortification, and we are in the middle of the fortification of the 2024 election. There is, again, like in 2020, as revealed by Newsweek, there is another shadow cabal, in fact, the same shadow cabal of corporations, of news media giants, of super PACs like the Midas Touch Network. We are seeing these organizations work together to fortify an election so that a specific candidate will win regardless of whatever the public's true interest may lie. We're seeing that. We're seeing it once again, slowly and steadily. And when you tell me that you're worried about how many votes they can count and not the quality of the votes they count, remember what happened in Bridgeport? What was it, a month ago? We covered this in the courtroom. That in Bridgeport, Connecticut, they had to overturn the election of the mayoral race. Why? Because the Democrat in charge of the Board of Elections was stuffing the ballot with mail-in ballots and counting those mail-in ballots even though they were invalid. That happened. The censors can go screw themselves because that's factual. We covered it. We've shown you the evidence. We showed you the testimony in court. When they were in court speaking about this. And the answer that we are getting right now from Politico, the answer we are getting now from the left is, we will count faster. Well, in Bridgeport, Connecticut, it didn't matter how fast they counted. They were counting ballots that should never have been counted in the first place. And that's my problem. We're going to count votes that shouldn't be counted. And they're going to, see, we got them all done in one night. I didn't care if you did it in one night. I cared if they were all valid. I cared if someone gamed the system. And they're not making me confident that someone isn't going to just game the system. In their rush to make sure they can count it all, they aren't counting, they're not considering, should you count it all? Oh, maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. I could be. Let's see. Ed says, a national holiday, Election Day, 1 day to vote. All votes verified by ID Absentee votes verified, no voting machines connected to the internet, 1 day to vote, all votes counted immediately when polls close. I would love to see that. Ed, I don't disagree with you. I'm not so sure that we need a holiday for it. We have gone 240 some odd years of being able to vote and get the job done. I don't think it's a matter of being able to count. Countries are able to get tens of millions of votes and count them in a night. It's not that hard. And remember, most of the votes aren't a problem. It's only in certain places, like in New York, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, we have issues. But the rest of the country's already counted all their votes. So it's not that there's too many votes to count. It's not the speed. And it's not the lack of opportunity. Millions of people vote. Millions more could vote if they wanted to. People have the opportunity. They can go vote. They don't. People aren't voting because they can't get there. It's not that they don't have the time to vote. It's because they don't want to vote. And we see that, we've been seeing that trend for a long time. I agree, absolutely. Verify ID. You have to have an ID. You have to have an ID to buy a pack of cigarettes. You have to have an ID to buy a car. You got to have an ID to buy a house. You better have an ID to go and vote. You want to go and drink a beer? You need an ID. Yet we're not asking for something crazy. And the only people who say you can't ask for ID to vote are Democrats who think that being black or Hispanic is some kind of disability. Well, black people don't have ID. Yes, they do. Black people go and buy cars, buy houses, buy beer, buy cigarettes, just like everyone else. They have ID. So to say that they don't, what do you think black and Hispanic people are? Subhuman? Of course they have ID. Of course they can use their IDs to verify who they are. That is inhumane. That is stupid to say that black people or Hispanic people don't have IDs and don't have the ability to get an ID or can't afford ID. That is ridiculous. Only the most absurd racist would make that argument, or a progressive who's trying to ensure that there is no way to verify anyone voting. So again, Ed, I agree with you on that one. Absentee votes verified, they gotta be. We got to have them verified. We can't just have it willy-nilly. No voting machines registered to the internet. It shouldn't be that hard. In 2015, we had many individuals, even at the University of Michigan, there were, or was it Maryland, experts that were telling you, do not connect the voting machines to the internet. Because it could, not that it did, but it could cause a problem. Therefore, eliminate the problem. Don't build the machines with internet access in them. It's that simple. They can't go to the internet because they don't have the capability. Just remove that from them. You know, Ed, so Ed, I'm not disagreeing with you. Validation. I think you have a good list there. I think it's a good series of things that we could do. But you notice the only people who are upset with this list, these criteria that you have mentioned, especially about verification of IDs, the only people who are upset about that are the very same Democrats that are trying to get more and more illegal aliens into the country, the very same people who are trying to sell people promises without having any effective or efficient result. The same people who just tell you just more, free stuff, don't ask questions. They're the only ones who are actually saying, oh, no, you don't need ID. No, you don't need to have, you have to have all day. You've got to have all these other things. More people don't vote because of mail-in ballots. They vote because they're interested in the candidates. People don't vote more because of how fast it is. They vote more because of how important it is. And if you don't think that you're able to affect or change anything, people don't go vote. And I think the left wants that to be a very low number because it's easier to manage fewer people. Less people that they have to target, less people that they have to spend money on in terms of advertising and targeted marketing. Fewer people think, if the majority of the people, if 4 out of 10 people don't think their vote matters and don't vote, that's 4 people that don't exist. In terms of elections, you don't exist. If you don't vote, you are non-existent. You're not a factor. No one will spend money on you. No one will talk to you. No one cares what you have to say. No one wants to even look at your polls. If you don't vote, notice the most important polls are registered voters, likely voters. If you are unregistered, if you are not a likely voter, no one cares what you think. It's hard. This may be harsh for someone out there to hear this, but it's absolutely true. No one cares when an unregistered, unlikely voter thinks, because you're meaningless. You're cannon fodder. You're just going to do whatever someone says at the end of the day. You're just there to just keep your head down and obey. And that's about 40% of our country. 40% of people just keep their heads down, do whatever they're told, because they don't matter. They're non-existent. You have no voice. You didn't vote. That's how that works out. That's the political math about it. That is what campaigns think about honestly at the end of the day. Anyone who doesn't vote, who isn't registered to vote, anyone who isn't likely to vote is meaningless. They don't count. Don't spend money on them. Don't talk to them. Don't waste your time. They're useless. If no one's ever told you that that's what it means to not vote, let me tell you now, that's the reality. That is the absolute truth. I don't care if you're a Republican, a Democrat, Libertarian, Green Party, straight up Communist Party, if you're with the Democratic Socialists of America, it doesn't matter. Every politician knows this. Whether or not they tell you, the public, about it, doesn't change the fact that they all know this is the reality. So having less people vote is beneficial to the parties, because instead of having to spend money on trying to tell everybody and convince everybody that their candidate is great, now they only have to talk to 5 out of 10 people, half the population. That saved them a lot of money. And of those 5 people, well, one of them is donating money. So that one, that's a vote they already got. You donated $10,000. I got your vote. Oh, someone else, the second person, you donated $1,000. I've got your vote. I don't need to waste money on trying to convince you. Third person they're trying to convince, well, they vote 20% of the time, they vote straight down the party line. They just vote for whatever the party says. I don't have to spend money on them. Fourth person. Remember, there's only 5 people. The last 2 people, 3 out of 5 are already accounted for. You either gave them a lot of money, a little bit of money, or you always vote party line. I don't care about any of those people. No matter what I do, they will vote for it. According to Nancy Pelosi, when she had an interview, I believe it was 2018, talking about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the New York 14th District, she happened to mention on stage publicly that, see that half glass? There was a half glass on a table, half glass of water. She pointed and said, if I put a D behind that name and register it, it will win in the election in the New York 14th District. That's how Democrats vote. That's what Nancy Pelosi thinks of Democratic voters. It's a very famous video, and people may not be familiar with it. But yeah, Democrats would vote for, if you are someone who would vote straight down the party line, just Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, whatever it may be, and that's all you vote for, you might as well vote for a half a glass of water. There is no difference. No one cares about you. You are meaningless. Why? Because no matter what we do, you're going to vote the same way. You're useless. No one's spending money on you. If you're donating money, people will pay attention to you, depending on how much money it is. They will pay attention to you, and they'll talk to you. Why? Because they want your money. We want more of your money. But if you gave me money, I'm not really worried about whether or not you're voting for me. Really, all the money is being spent in advertising to get the last 2 out of 5 people in a national presidential election to get them to vote. That's it. They're spending the money to get 2 out of 5. That's the choice. 3 out of 5 already committed. There's 2 out of 5. That's the entire election. No one's ever probably told you that. No one ever been honest with you about that. That's what elections are about. It's not the entire population. It's not 100% of the population. It's about 20%. 20% of the population that vote are important. Everyone else doesn't matter. Everyone else is meaningless because everyone else has already made their decision. They're either not voting or they're voting for a party line. 20%. That's who makes the decision. That could be you. But if you don't vote, you're meaningless. So don't even complain. There's nothing for you to complain about. No one cares. No one's going to hear you complain because you didn't vote. It's an absolute truth of politics. Absolute truth of politics. I don't care what political party you're in. That what I've just described is the absolute truth of politics. All right. So let's see. By the way, I should mention, I really, really appreciate that earlier during the show, we had some problems with the, let's say, some of the technical issues with YouTube, with Facebook, especially since they didn't like the way what we were speaking about, the topic today. They didn't like the way I was presenting the topic. And so we had some difficulties with the video. We had some difficulties with the audio. And I appreciate that so much of the audience, you're here with me. You're still here. We're interacting. We're having conversations. I appreciate and thank each and every one of you for that. I really do. Because that defeats what YouTube, what Facebook, what they were intending to do. They wanted you to run away. They wanted you to stop listening. They wanted you to go do anything else but continue to hear what was being said. To continue to do anything else but to leave a comment, to be involved in the process. That's why they have these problems sometimes. It's not because, it's only because they want you to get distracted and go away. Because they're terrified what happens if you pay attention. Yeah. And for those who are interested, according to my system, we have not dropped a single frame in the entire video that we've been doing. Not one. According to my computer, we didn't drop anything. That's all from YouTube, Facebook. It's from the internet side. But with that said, we've been on for 4 hours and 7 minutes. Wow. Time does fly, especially when you're talking about such interesting things with such a great audience. But I know there will be people who will see parts of this or see the whole thing and they're going to say, Mike, I disagree with you completely. Fantastic. Put it in the comments. Tell me why. There are going to be people who say, Mike, you just didn't know about this article or that speech by this person. Fantastic. Put it in the comments. Tell me. Show me. And if you happen to be a Democrat, especially a progressive, who's running for any elected office or running for re-election, and you think I was wrong, I am more than happy to debate you live. Debate you live on any subject you want. Any subject. You don't even need to tell me what the subject is. Just come on in. We will debate. I don't need to be told any subjects whatsoever. I will work just off of the top of my head, just off of my memory, and debate you. That's how confident I am and how bad the progressive ideology has been for America. That I pay more attention to this than elected officials. That I can have a debate with an elected official by memory and get more of the facts and more of the numbers exactly correct than an existing member of Congress. Yes, I do. I've done it before. I'll do it again. Let's see. 1 second, I'm looking at the comments again. Dow says that Dad always said, I have an anti-authoritarian streak. Some might call it being stubborn. It's not stubborn when you want things to be right. Dow says he calls it, I do not consent. Oh, rather, correction. Dow says he calls it, I consent. I do what I consent to, not what others tell me I should do. And that's a pretty good way to live life. And yes, sometimes it's a little hard to see because glasses get a little foggy. So sometimes it's a little hard to see what's going on. And I also have them at an angle. So, bear with me, folks. But we've been on for 4 hours, 7 minutes. I think we've had a great conversation. We've covered a lot. I do advise, feel free. Chop up the video, share it with your friends, put it on TikTok, share any of the moments of this with anyone you want to, and let's hear what they have to say. I'm here every week. I will be here next Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The year is almost done, but we're here. Pretty much 50 out of 52 weeks a year. And I'm looking forward to talking with you again very, very soon. Folks, I want you to have, if you haven't had the chance to relax and enjoy the holiday weekend, enjoy as much of it as you can now before Monday. Christmas is coming soon. Don't spend all your money on Black Friday. You're going to need it for 2024. Trust me, you will. Go and buy food instead. And I will look forward to talking to you throughout the rest of the week. Thanks, everyone. And I want you to be well.